Test, 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 test. Hello, hello. Hope everybody is doing well this evening. Thank you so much for stopping by. I see you there, Dr. Strangle. I see you, Saria, Aloha, Darth Magog. Thank you again. If you guys happen to be lurking and just kind of listening in, that's totally fine as always. I just appreciate you saying hello. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to get started in just a moment here. Just want to say thank you again, Saria, for all of that extremely useful and helpful information. I'm going to do my best to try to represent these concepts well today. Obviously, you know, some of the stuff is stuff that I'm completely new to, and I'm doing my best to understand, given my limited layman's perspective on things. But as usual, I feel like the process of, coming across these videos and trying to understand the concepts underneath has been helpful to me and has inspired my own personal understanding. So my hope is that anybody watching this will wind up not just taking my word or anybody else's word for it or taking it as like a final say or whatever. You should just take it as the very, very tip of the iceberg, the very, very like spark, so to speak, of a starting point, like a ghost of a starting point, and then go and do your own research and learn more about this, because this is very fascinating stuff. So in a way, I'm grateful to folks like Key and whoever else out there is making like claims like these, statements like these that I'm going to be responding to today, because it usually inspires me to go look up new stuff. For example, I didn't know what the term axiom meant like a couple years ago, and I learned that from just listening to people debate and being like, oh, I'm not sure what that is. I'm going to go look that up. Listening to Sage debating the walkie-talkie guys yesterday. They used the term modus ponens, which I'd heard before, but I never really bothered to look it up. Death of the author. There's a lot of stuff that I'm sort of grateful isn't exactly the right word, but I'm appreciative of the Naruto community for like generating interest in. And that's kind of why I wanted to do. There's a couple of reasons why I wanted to do another stream about Key's content and responding to that and talking about Universal Naruto before we move on to other topics. And that's one of them, is that like one of the things that has been the most enjoyable for me spending time with this community over the past couple years has just been, the fact that it's created like an interest in me getting out of my shell and learning about things that I normally wouldn't kind of come across. Supersymmetry, super gravity is one of those things, like the gravitational binding forces and stuff like that we talked about, and the maximum size and density of planets and stuff that we showed with the simulator before, even like learning about horses, right? Like, I don't know much about horses, but now I know a little bit more about their stamina and endurance and stuff. And that all comes from people making provocative statements that start conversations. So with that all being said, before I respond to chat, let me just clarify for folks who are new or just need a refresher. Thank you so much again for stopping by. The purpose of this stream is to discuss the concept of Universal Naruto. Universal Naruto, if you're not familiar, is the idea that characters in the Naruto universe, including potentially Naruto himself or characters who scale to him, are capable of performing a universal feat. A universal feat would just be something that either destroys everything in our known universe or an equivalent to our known universe with a single attack, or is an act of creation that's equivalent to that, like creating everything in our known universe, or scales to that in terms of its energy. There's a couple of other different variations of that definition, but essentially the idea is that a character can, with like a single gesture, whether that's an attack or an act of creation or something like that, be able to output the energy equivalent of blowing up the the universe. And specifically, it's our known universe, right? The whole point of having terms like mountain level and planet level, island level, whatever, given that we know that there are different sized planets, mountains, islands, etc., is to use a gold standard, use a measuring stick to say, okay, we're going to be measuring against like a mountain of this size, a galaxy of this size. So we're using our known universe as a standard of measurement. Now, obviously, different places, like different wikis or different like hosts for calcs might have different approaches. That's totally fine. That's the assumption that I'm operating under in terms of definitions, because that's like what I've come across. But obviously different people have different perspectives. But yeah, there's obviously the point of all this is to say that there's a difference between creating like the Kamui dimension, assuming it's as big as Like, it doesn't extend beyond what we've seen versus creating a universe that is the size of ours. Like, obviously those could be very different energetically speaking, right? So just want to lay out that term for people. But that being said, this stream isn't just talking about like whether or not Naruto scales here or there. Like, I do think it's okay to have headcanon, and not to use that term as a derogatory thing or whatever. I think it's totally fine to come to your own interpretations of where characters lie power wise, because at the end of the day, what we're doing here is we're interpreting art. And yes, we can use science, we can use math, and can use rigorous logical analytical tools to understand art. But like, it doesn't belong to us. It doesn't belong to anybody. It's there for everyone to enjoy. You don't need any kind of specialized knowledge. You don't need to know how to debate. You don't need to know how to do math to be able to enjoy and cultivate like a genuine understanding of the series. So if you read the series and you listen to these arguments and whatever, and you come to the conclusion that Naruto is universal, that enriches your understanding and entertainment from the series, then that's great. I'm not out here to debunk you or tell you you're stupid or anything like that. But I do want to talk about the way in which we share information with each other in and amongst the community, because to me, it's much more important that we just all be starting from a fair and even playing field, that we all have access to good data, so that then we can make our conclusions and derive our headcanon or whatever else without having to first sift through like a lot of argument and misinformation and hostility. And I'm going to be talking about this video today by the YouTuber Key. As always, please check out his video in context. Don't just watch it from me, watch it on his channel. You know, I'm not a fan of it for various reasons, but you should come to your own conclusions and make your own judgments. And it's always extremely important to watch something in context, because I'm going to be like jumping around and stuff, you know, and so I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to see it without my interruptions. So please, you know, after the video, if you haven't seen this already, if you're interested in the topic, go and watch this video in context, uninterrupted, and see what you think about it yourself. That being said, I'm returning to this video, again, not so much to say, like, hey, here is why Key rules and I rule, and I'm the best. He's not as good as me am, because I'm even better than him. Like, I don't care about that, right? Like, I don't have a problem with him as a person, but it just so happens to be the case that the sorts of arguments that he uses, the way he frames his information, and the style of argumentation that he uses is kind of like, for lack of a better word, like a meme or like a meta in the community, right? From my perspective, the way that the arguments are framed is like, let's try to see how high we can get these characters, and let's look for any evidence that could potentially help us get them as high as possible, as opposed to let's meet the characters where they genuinely are at, and let's try to figure out like where the evidence leads us. Instead, let's lead the evidence, right? And that's kind of what I think leads to a lot of misunderstandings and misinterpretations, and that's what I want to try to clear up. And so we're going to start off, you know, we're not going to go through, maybe we'll go through the whole video, but last time we kind of went start and stopped, you know, and talked about things in sequence. This time I kind of want to start with, before we get into some of the heady stuff like supergravity, supersymmetry, and like the technical niche stuff, I want to start off by talking about some more lighthearted and more fun stuff, I guess you could say, or at least stuff that is a little bit more easy to digest and maybe easier for people to go and verify on their own. And in doing so, we're going to be talking a lot about how we frame arguments and how we talk to each other first and foremost. And then we can start going down some of the more, like, I guess you could say, debunky type things of picking apart arguments and stuff like that. So I hope that this will be useful, not just to people who are curious about Universal Naruto, but people who are just interested in learning more about Naruto in general. I found that the process of trying to verify or dispute the claims that he was making helped me understand more about the series. And I think, you know, it might be arrogant of me to say or whatever, but I think if you are curious about any of this stuff and you go through a similar process, my hope is that this will help you learn to spot like the ways that people can kind of be tricky, you know, the way that people can kind of mislead you, and also just develop better skills for like a better bullshit detector, I guess. I'm going to be pretty spicy this time probably, and I'm probably going to insinuate that I think Key is being dishonest at points. And I personally believe that is the case sometimes, but I want to make this disclaimer like right out of the gate that, you know, you can never really know people's intentions, especially in like a very vague parasocial sense like this. Like, I have no direct interactions with this person beyond like a couple of comments here. So I'm going to hope and assume that I'm wrong. I'm going to, like, if I say, like, I think this is lying, I think this is dishonest, I'm going to hope and assume that it was not a deliberate attempt to misinform people, that it was just like a misunderstanding, or maybe like Key himself got some bad intel from someone and he's just repeating it, right? Like Thunder God recently made a video that was on Lightspeed Naruto, I think, and I disagree with most of the stuff that he said, but it seemed pretty clear to me that he was compiling a bunch of data as opposed to making the arguments strongly himself. And so I didn't have as much of a problem with that because of that context. So I want to offer that disclaimer that I don't genuinely know, and I'm going to be sharing my feelings a lot, but like give people the benefit of the doubt, you know, and hopefully this is all just a big misunderstanding, and we can figure it out together as a community, you know, and like in the spirit of Naruto, understanding your opposition and developing empathy and like forging connections. I hope that that's where this winds up, if anywhere. So with that being said, let me catch up with people in chat. I see you guys have been active, and I want to make sure I don't like leave you hanging there. And then we'll get started. We'll start talking about Obito and some rather interesting arguments for his scaling from towards the end of Key's video, and then we'll go from there. As always, if you guys have any questions or comments or anything you want to kind of switch things up, I'm happy to jump around. There's 3 main topics I want to touch on today. One is Obito and the scaling from Naruto Mobile. One is scaling from the games, and then the other is super gravity, super symmetry. And as long as we at least like go over some of that stuff, then I think, you know, I'm more than happy to bounce around and talk about different things as well. So thank you for hearing my little spiel. I hope that you find some of this enjoyable, whether you're watching directly or via the VOD. And let's just go and take a look at chat real quick. So, pleasure as always, my friend, says Darth Mako. Yes, and to you as well. I hope that your editing goes well. I know you've been making a lot of content. I see the effort. I see the hustle. I see the community posts and everything, and the polls and everything, like the quizzes. So that's been really, really awesome to see. I hope you're enjoying it, man. I hope you're enjoying the fruits of your labors. Is that the right phrase? Like the rewards? Because it's really, really cool to see. Darth Magog says, Aloha and Zarya, you're in the house too. Yeah, Aloha comes fully equipped with the juice boxes ready to go. See you there. I appreciate that. And now I want like a Capri Sun or something. Maybe I'll get a celebratory Capri Sun after the stream. I just saw Twilight Princess meme that made me think of you, says Darth Magog. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know offhand, like, what the best way to go back and play, like, Twilight Princess would be. I'd love to play, like, I know they did a Wind Waker HD remake, and I'd love to play something like that for Twilight Princess. I just don't want to buy, like, if I can do that on Switch 2, then I'll get myself a Switch 2 at some point, because I want to play Metroid Prime 4. A friend of mine worked on that, and I want to, like, get a chance to see their work, in addition to just playing a game that I think I'm going to fucking love. But, you know, if it's only on an older generation console, I'm not going to buy a Wii U just to play it. I don't think so. Just curious. I might, like, wind up going back to an emulator or something. I mean, I might purchase my own copy of it and then ROM dump it or whatever onto my PC and play it as a legal backup copy. Of course. Let's see. My favorite quote is Ganondorf is the villain, always has been. Yes. My favorite moment in... you guys remember that classic moment when Ganondorf turns around from playing on his Davy Jones ass, like, you know, Transylvanian pipe organ, and turns around slowly and then whips his cape around and knocking Navi out of the way and says, "It's Dorfin time, motherfucker," and then goes at it. That's got to be my favorite moment of the whole series, man. It's just a classic. Really, really connects with me on an emotional level. I don't know why. Are we measuring Kaguya in horses per planet? Yeah, we're measuring her dimensions in like horse gravity per per nostril, like horse nostril, with horse gravity being the amount, like the density of surface gravity, and horse nostril being a vaguely circular slash spherical pocket in space-time. You know, anytime a character is described as throwing hands, of course, we're referring to hands being the measurement of the height of a horse, and that is implying a ratio of their strength to the strength of a horse. So yeah, give me a couple of minutes to like workshop it, and I guarantee you, like, we can find a way to horsify any standard unit of measurement, because as an American, like, I am legally required to use anything other than the metric system, And growing up in Italy doesn't change that. Like, they couldn't indoctrinate me, man. I'm sticking to my imperial bullshit no matter what. Um, Anyway, Zarya says Ganondorf sucks in Twilight Princess. Oh, he sucks in the game Twilight Princess. I thought you were saying he sucks Twilight Princess into him, though. Not gonna lie, bro, just kind of sits there and gives power to Zant until you finally see him sitting on a throne. Yeah, he kind of feels like I. I really like the way that. God damn it! Sorry, it's gonna be the drier months again. My cough's acting up, so I apologize in advance. I'm having a little coffee this evening. But anyway, yeah, I found Zant to be a much more intriguing villain, or like, I don't know. I like the idea of Ganon being like this persistent evil, kind of lurking in the shadows and being like an underlying consistent thread of evil that keeps showing up throughout the series. But I do feel like it kind of undermines some of Zant's like majesty or impact or whatever, that he was just sort of a puppet the whole time. You know, like when Dr. Robotnik in the end of or Eggman, I guess, in the end of Sonic Adventure 1 gets spoilers for fucking Sonic Adventure 1 on the Dreamcast, when he gets usurped by Chaos at the end. It's not that like Chaos was the real villain the whole time. It's like Dr. Robotnik tried to control him, so it doesn't really, and then failed, and then he kind of got, you know, his fucking name is Chaos, obviously he got out of control. But it doesn't really make Dr. Robotnik himself feel like less of a villain, right? Like, he was still the impetus. He wasn't just being controlled and manipulated. But you guys probably know from my gaming streams that I am very adverse to, like, it was this or that the whole time, you know? Like, I prefer, I guess, a more straightforward setup with stuff like that. And that's just my, my personal take on it. So you understand my bias there. Darth Mako says, my biggest issue with Universal is that it doesn't take the time frame into account. Making a universe planet by planet is very different than whipping a whole universe up in a hand wave, and that doesn't get discussed enough. Yeah, I did want to talk about that as well, because so one of the weaker Universal arguments that I hear is that Momoshiki has a statement in a novel, and maybe we'll talk about that tonight if there's enough time. That Momoshiki has this novel statement where it's like, you know, he had brought Naruto into the dimension that he'd made, or something like that. We talked about that in the Noodles video. It's something that comes up quite a bit. Now, the way that I approach talking about that is that that's the only mention of Momoshiki ever creating a planet or a dimension or universe or anything, whatever you call it. I couldn't find one in the anime or the movie or the manga. So the only reference we have to this is from the novel, so I think we should take that with a grain of salt to start off with. But even if we accept it at face value, the fact of the matter is that we don't actually know if that's a universal feat, which probably sounds ridiculous. Like, well, he created a universe, right? Even if we assume that that universe is the size and composition, like, that's equivalent energetically to our own, we don't know if that was a universal feat per se, because we don't know how he did it. You know, like you're saying, he could have just made, like, the fabric of space-time, and then he could have, or like, you know, like the, what is it called? It's not Sukuna Hikona, it's the other thing I can never remember the name of, the Daikokuten, I think? Daikokuten? That Ishiki uses, right? Like, that dimension, assuming that he created it, he created a dimension that has no time in it. So, you know, if Otsutsuki are capable of creating dimensions without time, or creating a dimension and removing time from it, I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes me wonder, like, okay, did Momoshiki actually create an entire universe with 3 spatial dimensions and 1 of time, and populate it with every single celestial body all at once? If so, that would be a universal feat potentially, but do we know that that's how he did it? Do we know that he didn't just, like, create a space that was his own and then start filling it with things that he wanted over time, you know, and then, like, because that would be a very different feat. Was he using his own power, or was he, like, draining power from planets to then populate his own universe with? In the movie and in the anime that I just rewatched, he doesn't really have many impressive feats with his own jutsu, right? Like, he can hold his own against the Gokage, but he seems to be kind of like on the back foot at a certain point against them, because he's sort of waiting for them to use a jutsu on him so he can amplify it. So he does have that, like, Firebird jutsu that he uses on Naruto and Sasuke, But on his own, like the way that he fights is he kind of waits for energy to come to him, and then he reflects it and like amplifies it, and that's part of his whole like character arc, or his whole like narrative reason for existing, almost, because the lesson that he's trying to teach is about doping and about like trying to cheat your way to greatness. And so his whole character is not somebody who like, oh, look at all of this power that I have that's coming from me, that I'm like unfolding and revealing. He's waiting around to be gifted the power, and then he just manipulates it and expands it. So that's not to say that he isn't powerful himself. Like, obviously, like he does damage to high level characters with, you know, apparently like a nonchalant attitude. He's capable of, even if he doesn't have, like, he's obviously like leaps and bounds above any basic shinobi, even just in terms of like you know, survivability, durability, taijutsu skill, a byakugan, and all the other shit that he can do. But his real strength is coming from his ability to absorb other people's stuff, so, and then amplify it and magnify it and then put it out. So how does that, you know, did Kinshiki like go absorb a planet's worth of chakra and then like herk it up into Momoshiki's gross eye Rinnegan, like a mama bird just like herking up a meal for a little chick, and then Momoshiki turns that around and like makes his own universe out of that gross like gruel. It's really, really gross to think about, but it's possible, right? It's like, since we just like with Kaguya at the very least, you know, if you obviously I don't agree with this, but if you think that the Ame no Minaka is letting her create things, okay, there's a jutsu where she's creating universes. If you think that she's using the ETSO to create a new universe, I sort of half disagree with that, but let's say that's the case. Okay, now we have a jutsu with a name on it and we know how it functions. We don't have any of that shit for Momoshiki, as far as I know. Like, maybe there's a data book somewhere that lists Momo as like having a like a creation jutsu that I'm just not aware of, but I haven't seen it. I'd be happy to be corrected there, but there's just so much that's unknown that I really don't find that line of argumentation compelling at all. And that's the thing, is that like, if he does actually have this ability, okay, so I'm getting into like some, I guess, slightly edgy like religious territory here, but like, I'm not a believer. I had a previous partner who was a believer, and over the course of our conversations, I don't know, maybe this is cringy, but I was like, hey, you know what? If heaven exists, I want to know about it, because I want to like build a portal there. Like, if we actually literally do believe that heaven exists and that hell exists, we like legitimately believe that they are factual things, why are we just sitting around waiting for people to wind up there? Like, there are probably people in heaven. Like, we could go there if we could figure out a way to get there, to detect it and travel there. Then we could benefit from like longevity or like bliss or whatever else. There are probably people in hell who maybe should stay there. Maybe there's some who shouldn't. Maybe there's some who got sent there unfairly. Like, I'm not a fan of infinite torture and punishment for finite crimes. So maybe we should go down there and like, or even just from a purely scientific discovery standpoint, like, I don't know, like there's like, this is literally the plot of Doom, right? There's an infinite source of hell energy. Maybe we should go do a Doom to it. I don't know. It just seems like, if you really legitimately do, if you're a scientist, right, and you are working on stuff like multiverse theory or whatnot, and you literally do think that there are other planes of existence, like, why wouldn't you be motivated to go like discover them and learn about them? And similarly, like, to me, it's not a satisfying answer to just be like, oh, he has some fucking jutsu somewhere that I guess lets him create a universe, whatever, it's mentioned in the novel, so we're good. No, we're not. Like, that's not enough. It's not satisfying enough to me. So but let's keep going. Ganondorf sucks in TP. We went over that. Yep, doesn't get us just enough. Saria says, which, you know, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Tears of the Kingdom, Age of Imprisonment, Hyrule Warriors 1 to only have one bad Ganondorf. Not a bad one. Yeah. I mean, like, he's an iconic villain. He's like, his presence and his you know, what would you call it? Just an aura, for like lack of a better term, is enough to carry him and make him compelling, like, generation after generation. So there's something very charismatic and enjoyable about him as a villain. I just you know, I hope Nintendo continues to kind of expand into new areas. I think regardless of whether or not you wanted Breath of the Wild, like, you in general wanted Breath of the Wild to be an open world game versus a traditional Zelda game, like, time and time again, I hear from people over and over again that, like, the Zelda formula was stagnant and needed a change. And even if you didn't like that particular change, most people that I've heard talk about it are happy that something happened to change it up, you know? Personally, one of my biggest disappointments with Breath of the Wild was just like, are we really doing the Zora thing again? And then we're really doing the, you know, what you call it, the Gorons again. They're in Death Mountain, the Zoras are in Zora Kingdom, and then, you know, Ganon is in the big city. Or it's like Ganon corrupted the castle, and you have to fight him first as like one thing, and then he becomes a big pig. And I was like, okay, well, at least they're doing something different with the previous incarnation before his like porcine incarnation. But that being said, I don't know, like I didn't find him all that interesting, at least in terms of what we see on the surface. There might be some really interesting lore that I just never got into because it's been like I played it when it came out. Was that like 8 years ago? And so I'm really not necessarily the authority there. But what I wanted to see was like even more change. Like, okay, what I really want is a traditional Zelda dungeon game. But if you're not going to give me that, then just go fucking crazy. Like, let's get some new villains in the mix. Let's get some new lore. Let's get some new races, like new creatures, new stuff like that, right? And that's what I want to continue to see. I want more like weird new shit. And I don't think I'm in the minority there. That's my impression anyway. We'll see. Loha says, Darth Mega, my understanding is it counts if it's done in one move. Making a universe planet by planet is not one move, so it's not a uni feat. I think prep time is generally allowed as long as that's one move. Yeah, exactly. I think the way that VSB specifically describes it is like ... via an omnidirectional blast, right? Because my understanding of it anyway is we're trying to like show metrics for what the upper limit of a character's power is, or even the lower limit. Like we're trying to put them into brackets, right? So like, you know, if I'm capable of filling up a bucket of water and then pouring it into a swimming pool, and then I do that like however many times it would take, like 1,000 times, 10,000 times to fill up a swimming pool, it's not really accurate to say that I can carry around with me the water of a swimming pool, right? Even though I did technically do that. It's not really, you know, it's very different to say that I filled up the swimming pool with a bucket of water, singular, versus like I used a bucket of water 10,000 times to fill up the swimming pool, or whatever it is, right? So I think however we want to phrase things, like we're the ones coming up with the terms in the first place. We can make up whatever terms we want, and as long as we're clear about our definitions, that's fine. I think that the confusion comes from people having different perceptions of the definition, and I'm guilty of this too, because like I hear people in debates use the term one way, and then I'm like, oh, that's what that means. Like blitz, right? Like the way that I learned the definition of the term blitz was listening to debates, and the way people use it is just like character A moves pretty fast and manages to hit character B. Like we've all heard that before, right? Like blitz just gets used for successfully scored a hit while moving fast. And then I went to like the wiki to look up blitz, and I was like, what do you mean undetectable and unreactable? This is bullshit. Who wrote this stupid wiki? Clearly these people don't know what they're talking about, because I had just like gotten my information from people who were misinterpreting and misrepresenting the wiki in the first place, and I was just like attributing authority to them like incorrectly, which is kind of why you know what I was saying before about like I don't want to assume that any of the stuff that I ingest from channels like Key or even Noodles or anybody else, like I'd much rather assume that it's just bad info getting exchanged as opposed to a deliberate attempt to like confuse or mislead people. But once we talk about this, like I'll leave it up to you. You know, I have my own thoughts, and I'll be curious to see what you guys think about it. I mean, we can kind of deal with that when we get to it. But anyway, yeah, I think we're on the same page, Loha, about the overall definition. Although, I just saw Dr. Strangle. I just saw your comment there. A lot, but attack is very underdefined, and yeah, and that's a consistent theme that you've done a good job of pointing out about like, you know, what exactly constitutes an attack. Because if I don't know, I'm imagining like some kind of omnidirectional gesture. Like I tried to think of a more neutral term like that, like action, I guess would be best, right? That takes every single planet in the universe and in an instant destroys it, but recreates it with an even better version of itself, right? So it's not like not even destroys it, but just like think of every barren planet in the universe that has no life on it, just turns it into the habitable planet and fills it with life, right? Like that wouldn't really be called an attack because it's sort of a benign action. It's not offensive, but it would still require an extreme level of any energy output. And you could say that is a universal feat if it turns out that the energy output is equivalent to what an attack would be. So I think basically they're envisioning like it would take like a big ass bomb that is this big to blow up the universe. Said big ass bomb would have this amount of energy to it. So if you can prove you can either do something that costs this amount of energy or absorb, resist, survive an attack that outputs this amount of energy, then you are in this energy tier. And we're calling this energy tier universal tier, right? The idea is that in some way you are able to interact with this amount of force or energy for with a single action, whether that be offensive or defensive or neutral in terms of its overall alignment, so to speak. That's my understanding anyway. It might be a bit foggy, I'm not sure. And with the prep time, yeah, like so Kaguya's feat of if she like creates a TSO out of like absorbing a planet's life force, and then like she does with the Shinobi Alliance, and then uses that to create new space, I think that counts as prep time, right? Because she has to either herself or have somebody else set up the fucking tree. The tree itself is another organism, right? Like technically speaking, the divine tree is a sapling of a Ten-Tails that then absorbs chakra from other people and then grows into a Ten-Tails, and then Kaguya is taking advantage of that. So again, like semantically, we can define things however we want, but Kaguya is using a tool in the form of the Ten-Tails and absorbing chakra, which counts as prep time. And then like, I guess this is where you just have to get your definition straight, right? Like when if she merges with the Ten-Tails, then I think it's probably fair to say that she's just like a new version of Kaguya almost, right? Like we talk about orange mask versus white mask Obito, we can call that like imperfect versus perfect Kaguya or something like that. And then we just talk about like perfect Kaguya's feats as being her own, as opposed to her using the tool of the Ten-Tails. But then when we talk about stuff like Jiraiya, you know, like Jiraiya fusing with Ma and Pa, I think if you're debating Sage Mode Jiraiya, you probably just consider Ma and Pa fusing with him to be his ability, because it's something that he can do to his advantage in combat. And it's part of his arsenal in the same way that Pain, like summoning his dog, is part of his abilities. But obviously, like Ma and Pa have their own reaction times and strength and like I guess chakra and endurance and whatever. So it gets tricky. It's like I think we all probably will know what we're talking about like amongst each other. But when it comes to like a debate or like a video, like an analytical video or whatever, I guess it makes sense to just take a moment and like make sure everybody has the same terms, you know, just to avoid confusion. Darth Magog says, agreed, but it's rarely specified in most media news. Yeah, exactly. I think that's fair to say. Twilight Princess will probably be on Switch 2 at some point from the online service. Oh, okay, great. I will probably just wait for that then. Although Darth Magog does say, I say do the ROM dump, otherwise you need a weird Twilight Princess. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yep. I might consider that. I think it's probably fair to do so at this point in time, especially. Dr. Strangle said the TG video had a very nonchalant Naruto is the speed of light until proven to be the speed of light attitude. That's funny. I didn't get that impression from it at the time, but I think I need to go back and listen to it because I can't remember if it was that video or his multiversal video. Like I think he had, or like Universal Naruto video. I think he had both of those within the past year-ish, and one of them he like his pinned comment says something like rent was due, and so I get the impression that I think he said he like received the commission and he tried to do as best as he could, but he wasn't pushing the arguments like super strong. So you know, I'm kind of mixed about it. I'd actually be happy to chat directly with TG about like how he feels about this rather than like put words in his mouth. But to me, if you're gonna put information like that out there, if you just want to do it as like a compilation of data that you're putting together to share with people, that's fine. But personally, I do think it's like you always run the risk of people just accepting it at face value and then that spreading misinformation. So, I mean, assuming that I shouldn't make any assumptions about what he does or doesn't believe, but like, you know, it's one of those things where I think it's like really risky potentially if you don't offer some disclaimers. Like, okay, I'm going to put together like all of the arguments for flat Earth. Not that I'm saying he's on this level. Like, he's not like I would never be that derogatory towards him. But like, let's just say that I wanted to put together a video that compiled all the arguments for flat Earth, and I just presented them like at face value. And at the end of the video, like, I turned around and I had my fingers crossed behind my back, and I was like, by the way, I wasn't seriously presenting all these. I was just putting them on paper. Okay, fine, but like, somebody's gonna come across that and take it at face value, and so it's important to be clear, I think, like, what the purpose of it is. But I don't know. I want to be fair, you know. Like, TG's been a nice dude, and so I don't want to be like misrepresenting his shit. I will go back and give another listen to both of the videos of his that I mentioned, because I want to make sure I get it right. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, you guys know how I feel about the light speech at the end of the day. Like, you know, I don't think there's any good reason to believe in it, but at this point, I also am willing to at least sympathize with the fact that it's such an ingrained meme in the community that it's sort of, some people are like, well, I've heard people say this for like 5 years. I've heard like skilled debaters and prolific content creators say this for 5 years. What do you mean? Like, who are you coming out of nowhere just saying that this is bullshit? Like, right? Like, it's hard to start a conversation about it at all sometimes. But anyway, and then like the last thing I'll say is that I'm starting to realize more and more that apparently there's like this simmering feud between Naruto fandoms and other fandoms in terms of like power scaling, like upper limits. And I think, for what I have no like stake in this whatsoever, but it seems like there are people who have like gotten into the trenches ready to fight about like, okay, the purpose of us gathering this information here is part of like the info war against the other fandoms. Like, we are just like stockpiling ammunition to demonstrate how our fandom is better than another. And that when you come into a space like that and you're like, hey, I'm a Naruto fan, but I think you're all wrong about your favorite character and favorite series, then their first response is going to be like, Bleach fan detected, you know, One Piece fan detected, get the fuck out of here type thing. And like, I don't want to, I have no investment in that conflict, and I don't want to get involved. I just want to talk about this silly comic book that I like, you know? So I'm just understanding that there's like a culture that precedes my involvement here. Man doesn't know about the Tower of Babel. Oh, yeah, no, I'm familiar with that story. That's like, they were trying to build a tower to the heavens, right? And then God was like, I'm not a fan of that. You need to stay down here. And so they were like a united people, and then he struck down the tower. And then when they fell out of the tower, they were all like speaking different languages and couldn't understand each other. And then that led to like further conflict and misunderstandings, something like that. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm assuming, yeah, I don't want to get too deep into like biblical theology, mythology, whatever you want to call it, but I do find a lot of those stories very fascinating. Just in terms of, if we can just like treat it as like a historical, not historical, as like a mythical, cultural story text, and just be able to talk about the Bible as a story, you know, absent from all of like the personal and religious connotations to it. It's a really cool narrative. Like, there's a lot of cool shit that happens in it, and it's very creative and unique, and obviously extremely influential just as a piece of literature, right? It just gets hard to have conversations about it without things getting really personal. But anyway, moving on. VSBW says, oh yeah, we talked about that. The attack is very underdefined. Saria says, I assume everyone is trying to lead me astray unless proven otherwise. Honestly, like, that's probably best. Saria, you're probably closer to the mark than I am. But I know that it feels shitty to be, you know, accused of something that you didn't do, or to have other people act with prejudice towards you. And I'm pretty lucky and pretty privileged that I haven't really been on the receiving end of a lot of prejudice. I mean, obviously, being bisexual, like, there are people who have not been a fan of that in my life, or even just, like, not being the most masculine presenting man in my youth, like, traditionally masculine, I should say. You know, I got some flack for that, but for the most part, like, I haven't really been discriminated against. But the few times that I've been, like, on the receiving end of like genuine like hostile unfairness, it sucks. It like feels disgusting, man. I'm like, I don't know. I don't ever want to make other people feel like that. But also, I have to find a good balance of being able to call out bullshit when I see it, because there are people who will gladly fuck with you and will gladly take advantage of your like naivete and gullibility. And I hate to say that, it sounds like such a bitter, cynical thing to say, but that has been my experience. And I guess like if I don't share that experience and I don't warn people, or like, not that I like need to teach people this or whatever, but like if I don't like, if I'm not honest about the fact that that happens, then I'm also not presenting a clear picture, you know, of what my experience has been. So yeah, I'm trying to be balanced. It's hard sometimes. I appreciate your patience while I try to find that balance. Loha says, to be fair to Kaguya, she wouldn't need to gather chakra if she's fresh, not in the nerve state she was revived in. Yeah, that makes sense. I think at the end of the day, like, what my distinction is whether or not she's using the chakra as part of her TSO, right? Like, if the feat where she uses her TSO to create a universe is taking chakra from the tree, and that does play into the size, the magnitude, the what her universe is filled with, then we just need to be aware of that in terms of how we calc the feat. But I mean, it's possible that she could do that without having, like, if she was in her prime, especially like pre splitting her chakra up with her children, then I don't know, she might be able to just rip one of those out and, you know, pop out a new universe whenever she wants, for all I know. Like, so that's, if that winds up being where her abilities lie, then that's great. We would just have to see evidence for that, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not on the Kaguya slander train by any means. Dr. Strangle says, my problem is more with single moment attacks like a punch versus a continue attack like a laser or a DBZ beam attack. Yeah, that's an interesting distinction too, because I guess, I know it's just my opinion, but I feel like as long as well, yeah. So let's say Vegeta has an attack where he does that Danmaku, right? Like he just like spams a whole bunch of like like he's firing a bunch of bullets individually. Obviously each of the individual bullets is not as strong as the combination of all of the bullets put together. So if you could scale that in two different ways, right? You could say like I don't know, let's call it Vegeta's ultimate annihilator barrage, right? Vegeta's ultimate annihilator barrage blows up a planet, so it is planetary. And I think that would be fair to say if that's what happens. Like, the attack itself has the definition of consisting of a stream of bullets, and that stream of bullets blew up this planet, so it is planet level, calibrated to that planet. But obviously, if you then broke it down, well, you have to like just keep in mind that it requires him to be in this state where he is outputting a steady stream of energy. And so the time domain of him doing that would be different than if he just put it all into like one spirit bomb and just threw the spirit bomb. So that's a potential vulnerability or potential caveat of the ability, right? So if somebody winds up misconstruing it as he can do the entire stream as a single blast and uses it interchangeably, then obviously that wouldn't be fair. So again, I think to me it just comes down to like a lot of verbal chess regarding definitions and how we're using them. But I don't think I have like an objectively correct answer there. I think I can see like where you're coming from in terms of your concerns about it, though, is what I'm trying to say. Saria says, all the arguments for flat earth silent video with nothing happening for 30 minutes. Dude, if you haven't seen it yet, I check out the video that Professor Dave Explains did. It's called something like Flat Earthers Freaking Out Over Antarctica. And it was like, you know, a bunch of flat earthers went down to Antarctica and set up a base, and they had all these experiments that they were doing, that they were live streaming it. And they basically like proved to themselves and to everybody on the live stream that the earth is round, or at the very least all the experiments they did which were looking for evidence of a flat earth were like came up wrong, which, you know, suggests that the earth is round, or like it's like the debunk failed essentially. And so you know, there were a couple of them who said, I guess I'm wrong, and then I have to go think about things and like have a long shower, and they like, kudos to them for being able to, because that had to be like really fucking embarrassing and really disheartening and like soul crushing. But some people were able to like deal with that, which would like let's not underestimate that, right? You're so convinced that this thing is true that you fly to like an extremely remote location and brave like environmental challenges and everything that comes with that and all the costs associated with that, and you put yourself on a global fucking stage where everybody is watching you, and if you're wrong everybody makes fun of you, and you humiliate yourself, and then you have the decency and the maturity to say, you know what, I was wrong, I'm going to change. That is so fucking cool. I have so much respect for that. Like, it just fundamentally like human to human. But the Schadenfreude, like the sort of more chaotic neutral side of me, loved seeing all of the different ways that people tried to use mental gymnastics to be like, oh no, well clearly they were uploading a duplicate live stream where they edited the footage, or this particular drone shot was edited in by CGI. My drone, I lost it. A seal took it and fed it to a polar bear. What, like, just making up whatever shit. I don't even know if polar bears are in Antarctica, but you know, it was that like caliber of bullshit that is honestly kind of sad, because you see all of this effort being put into just continuing to perpetuate this delusion, and it doesn't look like it's fun for anybody. But also, it's weirdly impressive to see how flexible, or like how creative the brain can be to maintain its schema, because it considers that to be like more advantageous than dropping it for whatever reason. It's like really, really weird. Fascinating for psychologists to to study. If anything else, even if they didn't like help out us understanding the shape of the Earth, they definitely generated a lot of good data for people in the social sciences to pore over. Dr. Strangle says, a race to the top of the tier list that incentivizes a race to the bottom of the barrel for accepting reasoning. That is a beautiful statement. Can you, like, I'm not trolling, I'm not being sarcastic. Can you, like, write that down and, like, make it a quote somewhere? Because I love the phrasing of that, and it's absolutely on point, and I want to make sure that that gets, like, I'm going to screenshot it, actually. Yeah, 1 second. I want to keep that. I hope you don't mind. Yeah. But I don't know. I could totally see that, like, whatever the digital equivalent of having that cross-stitched and put over the mantelpiece is, it's like such a good mantra. Or slogan. That's cool. Dr. Strangle then says, if I survive the barrage and I survive the big single attack, are them two things really equivalent? Well, I don't know. I guess it depends. This is where I have to kind of, you know, admit my ignorance and wonder if, like, we start to get into, like, overly detailed territory. So I hope this isn't gross for anybody. But, like, let's say, you know, you've heard the expression death by 1,000 cuts before, right? So, like, let's say I have a sword, like a fantasy sword, that is 1/1000th the width and the striking power of a regular sword. Or so, this is a bad example, but you know what, like, I'm trying to say, like, let's say I wanted to cut through a log, right? And I have, like, a really powerful sword that I could use to cut through the log in one swing. And then I have 1,000 little tiny swords that I could drop on the log, or like I have a much weaker sword, but I can like chip away at the log over and over and over and over and over again. Now, I guess like yeah, I'm kind of talking myself into your perspective. It's not really the same, right? It's kind of a semantic say. It's like a word game. It's a word game of saying, like, I'm going to define this cluster of shit that I'm doing as one single thing, even though it's kind of not, as like a shorthand. So yeah, like, I'm trying to be fair, but I think it does kind of feel a little cheesy to say, oh yeah, that thing that I do where I do 10,000 like attacks, that's my one singular attack. I'm like, you can call it that, but I don't know. Okay, so I love that we have like this rhythm with the stream where we hang out for like the first hour and just kind of chat, and then it always seems to kind of naturally coalesce towards the discussion of the material at about 1 hour in. It's cool. So I'm going to get started now talking about Key's video. Specifically, we're going to start talking about Obito and about Naruto Mobile. So let me know if the video is too loud. I'm going to try and keep it, you know, reasonable. Again, this is a video by Key, at Von Key on YouTube. Please go watch his video in context. So at this part of the video, you know, key is, let's see if I can actually find the specific part to start at. But basically, what he's saying is that, most people kind of just talk about the main. This is a lovely drawing, by the way. But most people, when they discuss these feats, they essentially, we all talk about stuff from the data books and from the main series, and maybe from the video games as well, but maybe not so much from other peripheral media. And so, why not at least look at stuff like, there's a Naruto mobile video game, there's like Naruto Collection or Shinobi Collection, there's, other novels, there might be other spin off things, and we can at least look at them, right? Because they can still give us like a consistency, a frame of reference. We can see how other people who are working in the space that probably have to adhere to some guidelines in terms of how they represent the universe, the intellectual property or whatnot, and just see like what data is there. So he's going to be referencing some stuff from a mobile game called Naruto Mobile, and I'm okay with that, honestly. Like, obviously in a debate, I don't think people are going to be willing, in most debate servers, to entertain like serious arguments based on mobile games or whatever. But if you're putting together a list of like all available data, then this is great, and it encourages people to kind of go out and learn more about the expanded universe and maybe find out about a game or a novel that they might not have otherwise checked out. So why not mention it? Why not present the data and just let people come to their own conclusions? I actually really like the fact that Key is talking about this stuff and raising awareness of it, so to speak, because you never know. You could expose someone to something they enjoy. That being said, what I want to talk about is the way the data is being presented. So let me see if I can find specifically where it starts. Give me 1 second.
Terra is the strongest ninjutsu power in history, putting it above
I'll talk about
Kaguya's
this too.
ETSO. And remember that combo attacks in Storm are meant to be canonical representations of what the characters can do, and thus if they're meant to surpass Kaguya's ETSO, that would in fact be canon. And
okay, I'm gonna talk about that stuff later.
funny enough, this is also a base from Naruto. He doesn't use Kurama mode or Sage mode here, so there's that too. And another instance of an attack that direct.
Actually, I think I gotta skip ahead. Yeah, we'll talk about this stuff in a little bit, right? So basically, somewhere around here, he explains. I don't remember exactly where it is, but he's like, here we are now going to start talking about this other like peripheral content, and that's fine. That's all I wanted to make sure to represent. So let's see.
Power. This is simply a bonus to further establish consistency.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Feats I do want, so once again a canonical representation of the power. Now that we are past the cosmic scale feats, I do want to dedicate the end of the video to the smaller scale feats. Now I do want to mention that none of this is a limitation to the characters' power, this is simply a bonus to further establish consistency. So
yeah, so well, I guess the way that he's phrasing it is like, here are some additional feats, they're actually lower end feats. These shouldn't be used to cap their power. They should more be used to establish an overall consistency of where their power level can scale to or can be presented to, right? So we're going to talk about Obito being moon level. That doesn't mean he caps at moon level, but we at least have a piece from another piece of material, like an official piece of material, that is showing that he's at least moon level, so you can use that to help bolster your argument. I think that's what he's saying.
all of these are feats you probably know, but some are most likely feats that you've never heard of. In Naruto Mobile...
Yeah, and that's something I really like. Like, he's trying to expose us to things that we might never have heard of, and just like increase information that's like, I like new ideas. Okay, so I just want to say that. Now let's just hear him talk about Naruto Mobile, then we're gonna go back and listen to his argument carefully. Okay.
Heard of. In Naruto Mobile, a white mask Obito is able to set the moon on fire and cut it in pieces. This would easily be a moon level feat. In Shinobi...
Okay, I want to play that unedited one time, just to hear it one more time.
most likely feats that you've never heard of. In Naruto Mobile, a white mask Obito is able to set the moon on fire and cut it in pieces. This would easily be a moon level feat.
Okay, so to paraphrase that, there's a video game called Naruto Mobile. In Naruto Mobile, or Mobile, I'm going to say Mobile, there's a character that appears called White Mask Obito. And White Mask Obito has 2 feats that are moon level. The first feat that is moon level is that he sets the moon on fire. The second feat that is moon level is that he cuts the moon into pieces. So there's a lot that is packed into those statements. There's a lot of things to go over there. Before we go through and analyze that stuff, I want to point out a couple of things here real quick. So first of all, when he shows this character Obito over here, let's see what happens. Okay, Obito comes in, and it does kind of look similar to the Obito that we know from the series as White Mask Obito. When people talk about White Mask Obito, they're referring to the fucking Obito that's wearing the fucking white mask, obviously. Now, this doesn't mean that, like, if his mask happens to fall off while he's running around, that he doesn't become, he like unbecomes White Mask Obito, right? Specifically, when people say White Mask Obito, they mean Obito in the war. They mean Obito before he plugs into the Ten Tails. They mean the Obito who's fighting alongside the Jinchuriki, the Edo Jinchuriki, against like Kakashi, Guy, Naruto, and B. Now, obviously, Obito with or without the Jinchuriki is a different set of skills. So you could say, like, mask off, White Mask Obito, mask on, and like create two different versions of Obito, one that has the Jin and the other that doesn't have them. But I mean, the distinctions are kind of blurred anyway. So if you say White Mask Obito, most people will assume that you're talking about Obito from when he leaves the graveyard to go to the battlefield until he becomes the Jinchuriki, essentially. And this, at first glance, does look like it's Obito, right? I mean, it's obviously Obito. He's got the Rinnegan, he's got the Sharingan. And so it seems pretty clear-cut that this is White Mask Obito. Let's keep that in mind and evaluate whether that's actually true in a second here. I just want to put in a couple more things, right? So Obito comes in. You'll notice that something happens that's kind of interesting here. We see an image of Obito come in, but then once he's here, we get this visual effect. It says cam in the upper left, it says record in the upper right, and then it has a time code there as well. That's interesting because the visual effect is not present up until this point, so it gets added. Okay. And we also have two pieces of embedded footage. We have a piece of footage in the upper left, and we have a piece of footage in the upper right, and it looks like the footage in the upper right is, it's clearly involving Obito, right? It looks like the same kind of Obito, same kind of armor, but it's in this sort of condensed black and white, kind of grainy look. Almost looks like something from an old samurai movie, so maybe that's why, right? It's like an old samurai filter effect. And then as we kind of go through frame by frame, we can kind of see, okay, well, on the left over there, Obito has this sword. Well, that's interesting. I don't remember him having a sword in the series. It's kind of weird that he just has like this big ass katana. But he takes out the katana and he moves it down towards the ground. He strikes it against something wherever he is, and then when he flares up with the sword, so to speak, then we see the moon on fire. Okay, so it does look like he's setting the moon on fire. And then if we look in the image on the right, it's kind of hard to see what's happening there, but as you can see, as I'm looking at it now, I'm framing back, it does look like we see the silhouette of the moon or something. And what we see is Obito is powering up some attack under this filter. There's a slash, there's a swoosh, and then after the slash we see like a crescent moon in the background and some fractures and fragments. So it does kind of look like he's slashing the moon apart. Okay, so there's a lot of problems with this, and it's going to take a minute to kind of break them down. First of all, well, let me read chat first. Saria says that Team Ultimate Jutsu is so cool. Yeah. Ashura, Hashirama, and Naruto do cool shit, but it isn't as cool as the modern and old Hokage creating a giant boxing golem. Yes, that's true. It's not as cool as Solid Snake and Liquid Snake just like punching the shit out of each other on top of a truck or whatever. It's pretty cool. There is something to be said for the fights. Honestly, like probably the most exciting part of the fight, the most like visceral and real part of the fight between Naruto and Sasuke is at the end, where all their powers are gone and they're just sort of like very, very slowly, like sort of gently tapping each other because they can barely muster the strength to keep the fight going. But anyway, so the first problem is that this is not White Mask Obito. This is a completely different character, or a different version of the character. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, obviously, we described this as being, the same Obito in appearance from the war. But if the sword didn't clue you in, let's go take a look at the depiction of Obito from Naruto Mobile. So if you go on YouTube and you search for... Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be really loud. Let me bring the desktop audio down just a little bit for now so that doesn't burst like that. So if you go and look for Naruto Mobile, you'll find a whole bunch of different information and a bunch of different videos from this channel, Mingo Naruto Mobile. Please check them out. Please give them support if you want any videos from Naruto Mobile on the characters, their jutsu, their intros and stuff like that. Great resource for this sort of stuff. So let's see. I want to take a look at Obito Ninja War, because obviously Obito in the Ninja War is White Mask Obito, right? He's got the Rinnegan, he's got the Sharingan, and this is how he's depicted at that part of the story. So here we have White Mask Obito, aka Ninja War Obito. You can look from his appearance that, funny enough, he has like the chains that he uses diegetically. He has those big ass shuriken. He's using Kamui. He's dashing around and stuff like that. But he doesn't seem to have that sword on him. He doesn't seem to have that armor that he was having. He's not really using. The animations are really fucking cool though in this game. Like, look at this shit. This looks really fun. But he doesn't seem to be using those techniques or abilities that we saw in that other video. If we skip ahead to like the ultimate, he does like some sort of Amaterasu looking thing. You know, he uses the Mangekyo and all that. He seems to, yeah, he goes into Kamui. He does Bomb Blast Dance. But we don't see him do any of that other stuff. So I was confused. Why is it that White Mask Obito is being shown very differently? Well, it's because it's not White Mask Obito. We go to look for this video here, the Wandering Savior Obito Uchiha Ronin, right? So Naruto Mobile has a series of characters that they refer to as the Ronin characters, and they have they're depicted as like Ronin as rogue shinobi in a different period of time, and they have a whole setting and a whole different set of abilities and a whole other like side story, right? Where I'll just like jump to this one, for example. Like, this is the sort of cinematic story trailer where Obito is like on some distant battlefield, right? Obviously in a different period of time. He's fighting enemies that have different appearances, different weaponry and stuff like that. This is a completely different, like, alternate time. And this is the version of Obito that we wind up seeing in Key's video. You notice, for one, that he doesn't have a white mask on. He has this gold mask on, for one. For two, like, he has this, he's fighting against characters that we don't see in the series. The way that he loses his mask is not to Naruto and all that, but it's this guy. And this is actually a really cool scene, right? Like, this guy tries to slice through Obito. He breaks his mask, and the mask shatters apart, and then we see the sword kind of go through Obito's face with Kamui, which, by the way, the animators did an incredible job with this. It looks really, really fucking cool. And this is the screenshot, like, this is the scene that Key is referencing in his video. It's right here, right? So here we have the shards of the mask, and then here is, where's his video, right? This is the same frame from what he was talking about. But this, just to be very clear, is Ronin Obito. It's a different character, different scaling, different weaponry, different armor, different timeline, different story, completely different setting, right? So right out of the gate, it's not honest to call this White Mask Obito. It's not honest to assume that he has the same scaling, especially since, you know, over the course of his fights here, we see him fighting consistently using this sword. Like, all of his, like, impressive feats, including supposedly lighting the moon on fire and all that shit, are accomplished with this sword. He simply factually does not have this sword in the series. Now, that being said, let's talk about what winds up being the case for this lighting the moon on fire feat, right? So we see Obito spawn this tree, kind of launches people into the air. I have to be careful about copyright here, but I think this is the scene. Yeah, we'll just go from here. Hopefully I won't get struck. But basically, enemies fire these abilities. The arrows at him. He's standing looking like a badass on the tree, aura farming. Fire starts to spark up around him. You see the fire kind of surrounding him. Then we get this big gust of fire. Okay. Then he takes his sword out. Right. He actually, this is, again, like, the animation here is fucking awesome. So I'm kind of glad that, like, we're talking about this, because it's like, I would pay good money to see a movie done by this studio in this animation style. He goes into his Kamui dimension, pulls the fucking sword out from his eye, which is really cool. And we see the moon silhouetted behind him. Okay. So apparently he's on Earth. He's not on the moon in the first place. Pulls the sword out, touches the sword down, and as the sword touches the ground, it assumes this, like, purpley fire. We can just call it like a purple fire. Maybe it's like an Amaterasu style fire, spiritual fire, I don't know. But it's a purple fire that's distinct from the fire in the background. He swishes up, and then as he moves his sword in a circular pattern upward, we see that it creates a halo of fire on his sword that silhouettes the moon in the background. So he does this visual flare, and now there is a circle of fire around him that is silhouetted with, or what's it, like, eclipsing the moon, right? It's surrounding the moon. Now, he didn't set the moon on fire. He did not ignite the moon. The moon itself is not burning. And if you need further evidence for this, we can just go a few seconds later in the footage, right, to when he jumps down. and the moon is totally fine. Again, this is like just 2 seconds later, if that, right? The moon is fine. The fire goes away because it's just a visual effect of Obito swishing the fire from his sword around him, basically taking advantage of the flames, or what do you call it? Like subverting the fact that he is being attacked by fire, and instead showing mastery over fire and like a true Uchiha badass, and swishing it around, and then it's just gone. So, first of all, to recap, this is not White Mask Obito. This is Ronin Obito from a completely different setting. It's a completely different depiction of the character. Second of all, he doesn't set the moon on fire. He just switches his sword around and then the fire goes away. Third of all, if he did actually set the moon on fire, it apparently did no damage. Like, we don't see the moon apparently being reduced in overall size with respect to Obito. We don't see the moon being scorched or scarred or damaged on the surface, so it doesn't seem to have like actually hurt the moon, so to speak, at all. The moon isn't disintegrated, it's still right fucking there, right? So even if he did wind up lighting the moon on fire, he didn't do any appreciable damage to it. And think about it this way, right? Like, if I have a match and I strike a match and then I accidentally, like, oopsie whoopsie, I drop my fucking match on a pile of sticks, and I'm in Konoha, like in Naruto, I drop it on a pile of sticks and that lights a house on fire and then that burns down the whole village. Am I like Konoha village level? Am I like on the level of pain, blowing the whole village away with a Shinra Tensei because I destroyed the village with my fire? And clearly not. The energy output that I performed was whatever energy I put into striking the match against the striking strip, whatever you call that, and I guess like holding up the match before I dropped it and released it to gravity. That's my investment in the situation. Everything else is a catalyzed chemical reaction, like a chain reaction, happening as a result of the properties of the things that are getting set on fire and that fire propagating naturally. So that's not me doing that. That's like, I'd be financially responsible and legally responsible, but like, I don't get credit for the energy output of a forest fire or of a town burning down just because I set the initial match, if that makes sense. I didn't produce that energy myself. So Obito didn't do this either. So this is unfortunate, right? We have a very, very cool character from a very cool depiction of the series with very beautiful art and very beautiful animation in a unique and cool setting, and it's all being completely misrepresented for no reason. For what reason? To just like try to get one over on Bleach fans or fucking One Piece fans, so that like if you come across this video, you can use this to get one over on like a Bleach fan. Say like, well, my character burnt the moon, but anybody who takes 5 minutes to look this up is going to realize that that's not the case. So it's dumb. Like, what? I literally don't see the point of doing this. And again, maybe Key just ingested some bad information and happened to propagate it accidentally, right? Like, let's give the benefit of the doubt. But it's weird, and it's going to get weirder once we talk about the next thing. So I see your comment, Dr. Strangle. Dr. Strangle said, consistent is meaningless if the premise is wrong. Vaguely gestures at conspiracy theory board with red strings all over it that show patterns, consistency with no truth. Yeah, funny you should say that. Don't I have the, it must be on my other one. I used to have like the Pepe Sylvia graphic here from when I was doing research on something else. But yeah, I know exactly the sort of thing that you're talking about. And I feel like that often when I'm putting this shit together, because it's like, I want to be aware of that too, that I personally really like the idea that the Otsutsuki like didn't actually create dimensions. Like, Kaguya didn't create her dimensions. All of the places that are connected to her root time space are just planets that she conquered and then incorporated. And I think I can demonstrate that with some evidence, but just because I like it and just because, I think there's some consistency to it doesn't mean that it establishes a principle that the Otsutsuki like just capture planets and not create them. I mean, like, I had this disagreement with Sage. I'm trying to remember exactly what was said because it was like a year ago, I think. But it was something along the lines of like, since what was it like? Since Momo and Kinshiki take Naruto to their planet to drain him, and since the book describes Momoshiki as creating that planet or that universe or whatever, then we have a precedent for Momoshiki creating universes to take people to drain them of their chakra. Therefore, The other one that we see, like the quote unquote Redshift Nebula planet, it would be consistent for Momoshiki to have created that universe to pull people into it, to drain them of their chakra, because we have a precedent for Momoshiki creating a universe to drain Naruto of his chakra. Therefore, we can conclude that it is likely that he created multiple universes to drain multiple people of their chakra. And like, I'm not even going to get into like everything that I find objectionable about that, but like that is, and I'm really trying hard not to strawman. It's been a long time, so I might be getting some of the details of that wrong. Apologies if so, but like that's what I remember about that conversation, and it was just like, dude, you can't take like this one, let's just say abstract and creative interpretation of this one feat and say, well, because this one thing happened that establishes a precedent that this is like a recurring thing or whatever, we can extrapolate from this. And that, like, I don't know if you listened to the Jay the Great and Sage debate from last night, but that was a consistent theme. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but I feel like there was a point in the debate where they basically said like, well, we only have this one piece of data to go off of, and so we have to establish a precedent from this one piece of data, because otherwise we would have to go through the entire data book and like go through every single data book entry, and we can't do that obviously. And I was like yelling at, like I was driving listening to it, I was like yelling at my fucking phone, being like, yes, you can, that's exactly what you're supposed to do, pick up the fucking data book and read it. Like, I'm sorry, since when can we not read through the whole data book? What the fuck is it there for if not to be read through? Like, yeah, that's it. You found it. You figured it out. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. We are supposed to look at the whole data set. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I could only use one piece of data, because if I didn't use the one piece of data, then I'd have to use more data, and that would take more time. Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm so sorry to impose such a strict, like stringent, draconian requirement on the nature of this discussion, but like the whole fucking book is there, you know. Why wouldn't we read the whole thing and go through and test all the statements? Like, that's the more, maybe you don't have the time to do every single one, but the more that you do, the stronger a case you build. So this whole meta of like, I found one thing, therefore precedent, therefore likelihood, prove me wrong, bars, is just a whole bunch of bullshit. I'm sick and tired of, like, I don't know. I personally don't find it impressive at all. I just find it like a big waste of time, but whatever. Getting back to Key's video. So I think I've demonstrated that this is not the honest way to depict this character or this feat, but it gets even weirder. So I mentioned before that we have this video over here. Now, I do want to actually take a second to mention that, as usual, and you will find this to be a consistent theme throughout this entire video, just like Noodles with his video, Key doesn't seem to be particularly motivated to show sources or give credit to, places that he takes footage from. Now, granted, I'm guilty of this sometimes too. I didn't provide a source for my thumbnail in the video today. I should do that. I should get into the habit of always putting a link to the video where I got it from, or the footage where I got it from, the screenshot where I got it from, etc. A lot of the times it's just from the chapters. I think that's pretty easy for people to track down or to recognize, but still, I should do better at that. We should all do better at that. But if you're, I think there's a difference between using art for like a cover of something versus using references to build a case, using references as as evidence to build your argumentation, and then not demonstrating the authenticity of that argumentation, and also not providing a link to where other people can go and do their research and verify this. Like if you type in badass Obito or badass Kaguya into Google, you'll probably find a picture that I've used, but finding this specific scene is a little bit harder, especially if you don't know what Naruto Mobile is. And to clarify, Naruto Mobile is only available in China. So if not for people like what's this guy's name, Mingo Naruto Mobile, if not for this channel, this team uploading this footage, and can I take a moment also to just like celebrate how amazing this upload is? Like, every single ability has been described in vivid detail, along with instructions as to how to perform every single ability. Every ability has been given its own time code and clarification and everything. This is such a fucking high effort, like, boss move on behalf of this channel. This is not just like some OBS footage somebody captured. Like, they had to get their mobile device like hooked up for capture and then go through and learn every single move and perform it, and then go through all the time to time code that stuff. So yeah, on the one hand, you know, not everybody can speak Chinese or like very like Cantonese or Mandarin or whatnot. Not everybody is going to play this game and purchase this character and unlock this character, but it doesn't matter because we can still go and find, like, thanks to the extremely valiant efforts of channels like this, we can actually go and find these characters and this footage to use as a reference point. And for the love of God, if you're going to take the footage of somebody doing this, just give them a fucking shout out. Like, Christ, like, why is that so hard? Why is it so hard for people to just be like, yeah, this work that I'm referencing, that I'm using to like build my own brand or whatever, I didn't do this. Unless I'm wrong, unless, benefit of the doubt, he actually recorded the footage himself, in which case that's fine. That's fine. But if you didn't, if this is somebody else's footage, you should really fucking credit it. And that goes for other people, Sage, who use calcs from other sites and don't give credit for that either. It's a fucking bad habit that we all need to break and be more mature about. But that being said, let's go and take a look at this ability. Remember, in Key's depiction of the ability, it looks like this, right? It's a black and white screen in the background. Obviously has like some kind of Kurosawa style filter, like they maybe something like a Kurosawa filter like they had in Ghost of Tsushima or whatnot. So let's take a look and see how it's actually depicted in the compilation here from Mingo. We go to the end. You can see that Obito is performing some pretty fancy footwork and sword combos. And there's actually, again, like really fucking cool animations. Let me actually make this full screen so you can see it. I might get copyright, but hopefully it won't be a problem. I'm gonna turn the volume off just to reduce the chances of that. But you can see he's doing all these cool like combo slashes with his katana, and then he does, where is it? Yeah, so he has, I want to find the exact ability, right? So he has this ability where he like places what appears to be like a mangekyo on the ground. Is it this? Yeah. Okay, so there's a mangekyo that he places on the ground. Or this is a representation of a genjutsu, I'm not sure. But he's basically like charging up this ability. There's like this vortex around him. We see stones flying. And then what we see, going frame by frame, if I can, is we see like this massive like purple and white slash. I can reduce the, is it like in 4K or what's going on here? Let's bring it down here. Oh, it's 60 frames per second will take forever to swipe through, so let's do that. Okay, so we see this sort of like purplish slash go across the screen. Then there's this sort of flare of energy, and then we see what appears to be the silhouette of the moon in the background with Obito over here. But we also see like this sort of debris from a tree or something, and we see a bunch of other like scattered debris and particles, keeping in mind that this is all purple and white, not black and white, right? But it's kind of hard to tell what's going on here. So it does kind of look like he slices through the silhouette of the moon, but then everything kind of gets blown away and disintegrates, and then we're back here. And it's like a bright sunny day. So what exactly happened over the course of using this ability, right? Well, let's take a look at his next ultimate ability, right? Here he's doing a series of slashes just like he did before with the same sword, and it looks like the slashes are almost like cutting and slicing apart the space, which again, very fucking cool, like visually very cool and mechanically. And then this happens, which is fucking awesome, by the way. He slashes through, and you see like reflections of him in these little fragments of space-time, and you can actually see his Kamui dimension in the background, right? So like he himself is being reflected out of his Kamui dimension. But it looks like what he did is he went into Kamui, and then he's doing like these slashes from Kamui that are carrying through to the main universe and like cutting through it. Now, I don't know for sure because I can't, read the language, unfortunately. I don't know exactly what the jutsu description page says for this ability or even what it's called. But I will say it does look like it has the vague overall appearance of slicing through the moon. But at the end of the day, there's a whole lot more going on here. Like, what is this mangekyo on the ground? What about all this? What about his like dimension slicing shit that he's doing? Is it really fair to say that this is like definitively or even likely to be an actual moon level feat just because we see this particular visual effect as part of the sequence of events? Or is there more context that we're just not getting, that's not being presented to us? Personally, my evaluation of this is that it's not fair to say that it's moon level. Setting aside the fact that like the moon, it's like if you can trigger this ability multiple times, then that creates like a weird kind of diegetic paradox of like, well, how are you destroying the moon the same way over and over again? Setting aside the fact that like, you know, it's a Mangekyo ability, so and it's clearly like incorporating his Kamui like dimension shit as well. I just think there's like way too much ambiguity here. And adding that to the fact that the footage is presented cropped in a corner with other footage that's playing simultaneously and being subjected to not just one but two visual filters. I mean, we have the VCR filter or the tape filter, whatever, that's being applied to the whole page, and then we have this black and white filter that's being applied to the individual thing. So there's two layers of obfuscation here. And again, I want to find the benefit of the doubt explanation. I want to know that there is a reason why this is appearing in black and white like this, and that it's an innocent reason and an innocent mistake. I'm finding it really hard to do that. I'm finding it really hard to imagine what the purpose of doing this is, apart from trying to make it harder for you to see what's going on and just focusing like on the contrast of the moon and trying to pass this off as moon level, keeping in mind that simply slicing through the moon isn't necessarily moon level in and of itself. Like, that's not equivalent to blowing up the entire moon necessarily. Like, we still haven't actually gotten a calc for this feat, especially if the moon is hollow, which it is in Naruto. Like, that's a whole other thing that we haven't talked about. So saying that this is moon level in and of itself is really sketchy, and putting everything else together, am I a douche for saying this feels really manipulative? Am I a douche for saying that this feels like really dishonest and sketchy? And you could say like, hey, well, it doesn't matter. It's at the end of the video. It's just for fun. But this is the thing. This is the reason why I started with this relatively like low key sort of innocent example before going to like the supersymmetry stuff. It's because this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, this is the problem that I have with the way that people, when I disagree with people and we're talking about Naruto stuff, it's usually something like this. It's taking something out of context, not really adequately explaining it, not having curiosity about things like, oh, I don't know, if you set the moon on fire, how the fuck was the fire burning on the moon where there's no oxygen, right? Is it like an Amaterasu flame? Is it like not looking at the context of the story, the representations of the characters, maybe applying some sketchy like visual filtering and editing and trying to distract you, trying to like do some cheap prestidigitation to keep you from actually seeing the evidence in its context, not providing proper credit, not providing proper sources to the people who did a lot of extremely hard, detailed fucking work to enable you to then like take their shit for your own benefit, not even saying thank you, right? It's really weird to me. And is it really worth it if what we're trying to do here is just like say, eat a bag of dicks to the Bleach and One Piece community? Is it worth the price of admission? Are we winning the war? Is it worth it? Like, I don't see it. To me, I don't see it. And if you understand the problem with this, like 10 seconds of video, I guarantee you go through the rest of the video in your own time and see if you don't find that same kind of presentation and argumentation. Just skipping to a random point over here, right? Here we have some things that are taken from a novel. If memory serves, the novel is, I think it's referred to as the Itachi novel, right? But it's not referred to by the page numbers. Like, we don't know where in the book this is coming from. It's a physical copy, so we'd have to go like get it ourselves, which is fine. But like, where exactly is this information coming from? Here, where are these scenes coming from in this game? He does actually mention like where the cutscene is, but like, how do you trigger it? How do you access it? Right? Like this, these panels over here from that appear from Boruto. Where in the game is it? Where are the timestamps? Where are the timestamps in the movie over here, right? It's just stuff that's taken, and we talked about this extensively previously, like stuff that's taken like completely out of context, sometimes out of order. Some of these things are out of sequence compared to how they happen in the game. They're like shuffled around. And why? So that we can get one over on another franchise? Okay. I don't see it. I don't get it. But don't take it from me. You know, don't let me set the precedent, like I was saying before, that just because there's an error with this part of the video, that means that sets a precedent of dishonesty or something, right? It could be a mistake. It could be a fluke. Don't let this bias you against the rest of the video. Do your own research. But this has been my experience, not just with Key's video, but with Noodles and with like Sama Sage's stuff, and just like, you know, consistently over the past couple of years, coming across this over and over again, it just like leaves me frustrated and disappointed and wondering what the fuck we're even doing. Like, isn't like one of the first things that Kakashi teaches, like Team 7, is to see the hidden meanings within the hidden meanings, and like we spend so much fucking time and effort trying to obfuscate and confuse each other. I guess you could argue that that's very shinobi like, but I don't think that's what we're supposed to be doing with our time. Oh, hey, Walkie Talkie. Sorry, I just saw your message. How you doing? Hope you guys are having a good night this evening. Yeah, thank you for hosting that debate last night. It was definitely very, very interesting to listen to. And I do like the fact that you guys were able to kind of keep it cordial and lighthearted. I missed the first part. Like, I was driving, I was traveling, so I only got like bits and pieces of it. I missed the part where you read the rules. Shout out to Sage for like maintaining his composure for the most part. Through that was really funny. Although I'll double down on the fact that like as long as everybody can agree on the doggo rule, then I'm on board. I think the bout is legitimate. Um, but yeah, man, like I don't know. I not to troll you guys, not to be a pain in the ass or whatever, but coming back in around the 2 or 3 hour mark and hearing that the conversation was still kind of focused on, like statistics versus well, I don't remember exactly where you were. I think you'd moved past the statistics stuff by then, and we're talking about maxims or something. But like, yeah, it to me anyway, from my perspective, it's so weird that a conversation about Hashirama is mostly about like, literature and philosophy and math and stuff like that, as opposed to like, can we just talk about the wood dragon for a second or something? Like, I don't know how we always wind up getting like so deeply entrenched. I say we, I'm not the one debating, but you know what I mean? Like, I like how things get so deeply embedded in like the peripheral arguments about the overall philosophy or literature analysis style of things. Oh, that actually reminds me though. That here's another thing. If you're interested in learning more about uh this version of Obito, right, from this game, which again, very beautifully animated, very interesting rendition of the character. Not fucking White Mask Obito. Like here he does that again, the little like Kamui dimension slice thing. Not White Mask Obito, but if you want to learn more about him, please watch this video, Obito and Rin Tales of the Ronin Episode 3. And if you go through here, you'll realize that there are actually English captions if you turn them on. There are actually there seems to be a subplot going on here, from what I can understand, is that Obito might actually be inside of a Genjutsu illusion. Like this entire situation that he's in might be a mangekyo, like a Tsukuyomi, because it looks like Rin is like captured and trapped in this tree, and as long as she's trapped in this crystal in this tree, then Obito is like going out and doing someone's bidding, like fighting other people. So I have to go back and rewatch it. I'm not sure I fully grasped it, but it kind of seemed like, yeah, that's pain, by the way. It kind of seemed like the story is that he's trapped in some sort of alternate world or reality or whatnot, where he has to fight to save Rin, but it's actually an illusion, and he's trying to break free of the illusion. So if you apply that narrative context to what we saw before, it might be the case that what he's doing here with this with this ability is it's less that he's like literally slicing the moon, and more that he's just trying to break free from the influence of this nightmare that he's trapped in the same way that like when Naruto breaks free of the limited Tsukuyomi at the end of the not the last fuck the Road to Ninja, he throws a kunai at Obito's eye, and then we see like it is sort of visually, like metaphorically shattering the world by shattering through the Mangekyo illusion. Right, so I think there might be a parallel there. At any rate, I'm just trying to establish that there's even more narrative context that we're just never going to get from this amount of content being presented in this particular way. And I do think that overall videos like this wind up coming across as gish gallops, because again, like I am, believe it or not, this might be hard to believe, I understand. Believe it or not, I'm trying to be succinct. Believe it or not, I rehearsed this shit before the stream. Like, I went through and watched these clips a bunch of times, and I like tried to write out an outline because I didn't want to take all night talking about just this shit. It's really hard to. If you really want to be thorough and like respond to all this stuff in detail, it's hard to do so. without taking like an exponentially much longer time. Like we talked about this for like what, a half an hour, and the clip was 10 seconds long. And so if I did this for everything in this video, it would take me months to get through. How long did it fucking take us to get through the Kakuzu versus Pain video that Noodles did? Like 3. Yeah, walkie-talkie in the house. Yeah, I appreciate you guys stopping by and saying hi. I really do. And look, you know, I have pretty spicy opinions about debates and stuff like that, but I look forward to whenever you have people on the podcast. I've been checking out Salads and Bolts as well. Like, that page is such a great resource. Miss End was such a cool guest to have on, and Mello and stuff like that. So yeah, really appreciate you guys saying hi. But yeah, so like, I am trying to be succinct, and I'm trying not to run my mouth, but it's hard. You know, it took us 3 months to get through, you know, the Kakuzu versus Pain video that Noodles did, and I think it would take us like probably a month to get through the rest of this if we went through frame by frame or like scene by scene, which we might still do. You know, I need something to keep me busy until the 1 year anniversary. But and also I love talking about this stuff. I'm gonna be honest. Like, even when I get riled up or whatever, I really enjoy it. So we're gonna talk more about it anyway. All this just to say that I don't think that this is really honest or fair, and I wish that this kind of shit would stop. But if you want to learn more about it, like, the resources are out there. And like I said, you know, you might want to scan through the other videos on this channel, because what Naruto Mobile seems to have done is essentially like created a bunch of different incarnations of the characters in different contexts. Like, here's Tsunade, like Spirit of the Mountain. Obviously, like, this doesn't reflect her character in the series at all. This is a, what is it, like Yokai Tales as a whole other, it's kind of like League of Legends, right? Like, League of Legends has its own like different narrative branches and arcs and depictions of characters. Like, here's Onoki, like if I'm saying this correctly, Jianghu Legends. There's a specific setting that's based around like a more traditional Chinese interpretation of the characters, etc. Just go through here and look at the way that the series depicts things, and ask, like, you ask yourself, like, I know how I feel about it, but ask yourself if, like, this is really the source that you want to be using to build your arguments. Like, really, you know, a summer date with Karin and Kurotsuchi. I guess that's up to you if you think that it's worth using it to establish your position. But just be aware that there are like different, you know, different themes, different settings. Like, here, Orochimaru is wearing a fucking fedora. So here's Milady Orochimaru, just like as an example, you know, like look at this guy, like Pimp Orochimaru. Like, I don't know, just take things in context, right? But that's all I'm saying. So with that being said, this next part might require a tiny bit of setup. Like, technically speaking, I want to go back to what he was saying about the Storm games. So let's listen to his point. So he talks about Baryon mode as being obviously a very powerful thing. Like, Ishiki is probably the strongest character that we see in the series up to that point. I mean, it's debatable. Maybe Kaguya is stronger, but I think a lot of people regard Ishiki as the strongest character that we've seen up to that point. And then, of course, Baryon mode winds up kicking his ass. So, you know, Baryon mode then gets presented, at least to some interpretations, as a new peak for the series, and then we kind of go from there. But let's see what he says about the depictions of certain abilities in the games, right? So.
For that matter, is greater than that of Kaguya's expansive truth-seeking orb, which by the time of the manga is already stated to be strong enough to destroy and recreate the entire world.
Okay, so leaving aside the creating and destroying worlds thing for now, his point here is that, like, overall, yes, smooth criminal Orochimaru should not be slandered. Look, I love the design, and that's the thing. I love the art and the animation and the sound effects, and the, like, that game looks fun. I hope they make an English version. I want to check it out. As long as it's not like some predatory gacha shit. Like, apart from like the beach babe outfits or whatever, you know, that's not really my scene. But the other stuff looks really cool. I want to play Ronin Obito. I want to play Ronin Pain and see, you know, what that setting is like. But I don't think it's fair to present it the way it was presented. That's all. And I'm not gonna slander that slick ass Orochimaru outfit. No way. But I think his point here is just to establish that, however we define this, we can quibble about it, but like, Baryon mode overall is quote unquote stronger than the TSO that Kaguya was going to make, and the TSO was going to destroy the whole world and you could define world as universe, right? Like that's basically the argumentation here. I think, if I'm interpreting his line of argumentation correctly, that basically Baryon mode should be at least considered to be planetary in power output because it should be more powerful than Kaguya, and Kaguya was at the very least like planetary slash solar system level, and then you can like scale it up from there. That's how I'm interpreting what he's saying here. But let's go on.
On that, in Storm 4 it stated that the combo attack from Naruto and Sasuke during the last era is the strongest ninjutsu power in history, putting it above Kaguya's ETS. So
Okay, so the claim here is that Naruto's ability in Storm is what was it?
the last era.
Oh, it's the strongest ability in history, right? So let's read these excerpts over here. So I don't know. I think I figured out that Ogi is referring to ultimate ability, if I'm not mistaken, right? But here it says the last Ogi. Here it is, Naruto and Sasuke's destructive combined Ogi, history's strongest ever attack. So setting aside, I'm going to ignore the fact that there's like grammar slash spelling errors because people make mistakes, but it's worth mentioning. The blurb on the bottom left says the tailed beast with the world's strongest power. The 10 tails is attacking. This is getting scary. Okay, so they're referring to the 10 tails as having the world's strongest power. That didn't come up, but okay, let's ignore that for now. The 10 tails appears in story mode. It's really hard to read this. The famous 10 tails who attack the Naruto world will be appearing within the story mode with the ultimate power. Okay, so funny that he doesn't mention that the 10 tails is described as having the ultimate power. And the strongest power, but he does mention that Naruto and Sasuke's destructive combined Ogi is the history's strongest ever attack. It's just interesting to kind of consider that in context, right? My problem with this is, where the fuck is this coming from? Where is this? Is this like on the back of the box? Is it in a magazine? How do we know that the source is legitimate? How do we know that it accurately represents what's happening in the series? And furthermore, how do we know that this translation is accurate? It does have some errors, right? So how are we getting reliability established for this? How can I, as a viewer, maybe this is 100% correct. Maybe this is totally legitimate and we should accept this and it winds up being easy to verify. But as a viewer of this video, as a community member who's trying to learn from this video, I have no fucking way whatsoever of like easily exploring and verifying this piece of data. Also, notice that it's not coming from the game diegetically, it's from a piece of promotional material. So that, to me, is not ideal. Same thing applies over here. When Naruto and Sasuke combine their power, Naruto and Sasuke combine their efforts to create the strongest ninjutsu. Okay, so that's something. And Amaterasu infused Rasen Shuriken. Okay, that's great too. Where the fuck is this from? Is this from the same source as this? Does it have the same translator? Where can I go to verify this? Where is the scene in the game where they do this? What is the context? How do you perform this jutsu? What's with all the swirly shit in the background, right? Does this actually happen in The Last? The Last is a movie that happens. It's generally regarded to be considered... Sorry, let me rephrase that. The Last is a movie that happens between the end of the events of Naruto, like chapter 699 and 700, right? So it happens between, like, after the war and the start of Boruto. Happens before Boruto. It's like Naruto and Hinata fall in love, so they obviously like haven't had a kid yet and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know why it's hard for me to say this. It's part of the timeline, but it happens before Boruto starts off, and it happens after all the main shit in Naruto starts off, right? So the thing is, in that movie, Naruto and Sasuke don't really team up and fight together. Like, Sasuke goes to Earth, and he winds up fucking helping the Shinobi Alliance destroy the meteors that are falling onto the Earth that Toneri's like creating by sending the moon towards the Earth, that little asteroid belt or whatever that he has. And then Naruto is on the moon fighting Toneri himself with Hinata. So in the movie adaptation, or like the movie source rather, this never happens. So it's an invention for the game. I don't know why it makes context. I don't know like why, based on this screenshot, I have no idea why Naruto and Sasuke are in the same place doing this Like, what is the reason for them to be doing this in the first place? Can they? I mean, they can probably do something like this anyway. It's not that big of a deal. They do something like this during the war, in and of itself. But is this really convincing? Is this really reliable? Is this really fair in terms of trying to build an accurate picture of what's happening in the scene in context? Like, absolutely not, right? And we're gonna get into that a little bit more. Let me just check chat real quick. Oh, hey Rioman, how's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you bringing up the super gravity thing. I did some research into that. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit, actually. So I hope that winds up being enjoyable to go over at the time. He did mention Baryon Naruto. Yeah, he was just talking about that. I can go back and play that whole scene for context if you want.
Kaguya's expansive truth seeking orb, as some people seem to believe that nobody scales to this move. Firstly, Baryon Mode Naruto is said to have emitted levels of chakra that were never seen before. This means that the power of Baryon Mode Naruto, while just standing around and not using any ninjutsu, or even taijutsu for that matter, is greater than that of Kaguya's expansive truth-seeking orb, which by the time of the manga is already stated to be strong enough to destroy and recreate the entire world.
I think that's what you're talking about, right? Let me know if you were talking about something else. I think it might be worth making a quick detour here because, again, okay, I do appreciate the fact here that we are getting an actual page. Like, so he can do it. He can actually provide a source when he wants to, which is nice to see. So this is from NarutoOfficial.com, EN News. Okay, so that's an official source. A new form utilized by Naruto, rather than Naruto and Kurama's chakra being kneaded together as usual, it undergoes fusion, releasing a heretofore unseen level of energy as a byproduct. I think that is a little open-ended, right? A heretofore unseen level of energy could be interpreted as in the entire series, but it could also be interpreted as for Naruto and Kurama, right? Like, that would be a valid interpretation of that phrasing, that Naruto and Kurama had never produced a level of energy like that before because of their new fusion. So let's just take a second, right? If I can find this within like 2 or 3 minutes, then, great. We'll have the context for it. If not, we're continue with the main argument. But I think, Boruto isn't that long, so it's a little easier to find. Forget exactly when this happens, but it must have been before this, right? Because this fucking face. Yeah, this is when he takes the pill to try to suppress the otsutsukification. I think it's something like somewhere around 50. I just overshot it, and then I was going to work my way back. Actually, it should have the title card should say Baryon Mode, right? So yeah, it's right before this. Is it Baryon or Baryon? I never know. Yeah, let's see. I just want to see what actually happens in context. So it's probably this chapter or the previous one. Yeah, here we go. So this might be the debut. How could he still have a name self-esteem? I didn't use it before. Okay, so he does say, such tremendous chakra, he never told me he had a move like this. What is it, right? And here's what Kurama says. So this is chapter 52 in Boruto. Think of it like nuclear fusion. It's a similar principle to how the sun produces energy. Nuclear fusion, what's that? Never mind. The theory doesn't matter. My chakra and your chakra are serving as the kernels to produce a whole other new type of energy. That's all. It sounds pretty simple, but how is that different from Kurama mode and Sage of Six Paths mode? Oh, it's different, all right, from the very root of it. The other modes involve taking chakra that you acquire from somewhere else and just using it, but this is a totally different beast. As the raw materials to create this energy, my chakra and yours get consumed till it completely runs out. Listen, don't make any unnecessary moves, even rid yourself of superfluous thoughts. Those are the tricks to keep this Baryon mode going for as long as possible. So here's the thing. There's probably more context that we can get if we continue to read through this fight. But basically, Naruto, the idea that like if Naruto is just standing around in Baryon mode, that he is outputting as much energy, or more energy rather, than the strongest attack. Like, think about it this way. Like, Kaguya had not yet detonated the TSO, right? And detonating the TSO would have destroyed the dimension and recreated it or whatnot. So he's saying that when Naruto is just standing here, Naruto is outputting the energetic equivalent of a detonated TSO. Okay, so why is anybody around him surviving this? Unless it's just contained within him. So it's like a cloak of energy, and the energy cloak is equivalent to a TSO explosion. But again, does that actually make sense when we consider how the energy is like propagating through the space? More to the point, though, the idea here is that what Naruto is doing isn't like really generating like massive shock waves and blasts and all that kind of like DC type feats, right? It's more like shaving off of the life force that Ishiki has, right? Um, it's a new unprecedented form of power, but the way that the power is manifesting is by, essentially creating like a new element that has different properties that have never been seen before. It's not necessarily the case that it's just outputting more like joules of force or newtons of force or whatever, or joules of energy. I'm sorry, I don't know the right terms, but like it's more that the fusion of this, the constituent parts, is producing a new kind of substance. Yes, it's giving Naruto more combat potential than he had before, maybe more combat potential than anybody else in the series, but also notice that he's not wielding that in the form of like this massive energy blast or whatnot. He's wielding it specifically in the form of an ability that saps life force out of someone else on contact, right? So like, I don't know, imagine like Naruto had like a nuclear, like a fucking Chernobyl mode or something, right? Where like his chakra undergoes this process that emits like, I don't know, thousands and thousands and thousands of Röntgen of radiation or whatever the proper term is. I just saw Chernobyl, so I got that on the mind, right? And it causes like Jigen to get to get really really sick and start coughing up blood. Does that mean? And then so he's able to defeat the strongest opponent that we've seen thus far. Does that mean that the radiation that he's giving off is equivalent to blowing up a whole universe or whatever? I don't think so. I don't really think that's the best way to frame and explain what's happening there, right? So at the very least, I think we can agree that there is more diegetic context here than what Key is presenting in his video, and it's fucked up to me that yet again, we are reaching outside of the manga. It took me no time at all to find this. Baryon mode only shows up over the course of 2 chapters, as far as I'm aware. He's only involved in the fight for 1 chapter. There's only a few scans. It's not like it's hard to track the shit down. Boruto's only 80 chapters long. But again, we're working harder, we're working overtime to go out of our way to find this on the Naruto official site, as opposed to just pointing out what's in the manga or even in the anime. I would take an anime clip, because that's coming from like a direct source. Anyway, I just kind of find that frustrating. Ryoman says, the kanji just says that his power is totally... There you go. See, thank you. The power says that his power is totally different, not better than anything before. Yes, and levels of energy can mean quantity too. Yeah, exactly. Although it does run out quickly, yeah. So you could argue that the fast burn thing does mean that he's like expending more energy, but it doesn't seem to be taking on the same kind of energy expenditure as like even like Tobirama's tandem paper bombs or whatever. It's different. It's like a new, unprecedented new form of energy expenditure, right? Ryoman then says, and when you go on Naruto website, they note that they're using translation machine and say something else. Okay, I don't know if their translations would even be reliable. Yeah, so that would have been some useful fucking information to have in mind. Let me actually just see. I don't know if this is like mobile only, but one second. So naruto-official.com/n/ fucking news. My W key is broken, so my keyboard's trolling me. 1 second. -01_1895. Okay, I'm gonna try and load that spinning in the other window. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at what it says here. Okay. Virtual database Baryon mode. Classification ninjutsu wielders Kurama. Interesting that it's listed as being wielded by Kurama. A new form utilized by Naruto. Rather than Naruto and Kurama's chakra being kneaded together as usual, it undergoes fusion, quote unquote, releasing a heretofore unseen level of energy as a byproduct. In principle, it works similarly to the nuclear fusion that powers the sun. Using this chakra fusion birthed through one's life force and maintaining it leads to the death of the wielder. In the battle with Ishiki Otsutsuki, Naruto uses it with the assumption that his own life force will be sacrificed, but as the actual jutsu user is Kurama, he only shoulders the burden. I see. The life-consuming nature of Baryon mode applies not only to the user, but also anyone that comes into physical contact with them. This is precisely what makes it one of the deciding factors in the showdown with Ishiki. Yeah, so it's kind of funny that, like, again, we don't even get the full fucking quote from the website. We don't get the specification that it's Kurama who's wielding the ability, and we don't get this specific line here that provides context to the fact that it is so powerful, the thing that's making it so special is the draining of the life force, right? So again, maybe everything that Key is saying is 100% correct and accurate and fair. That is a possibility. I'm not saying that that's impossible or that he's definitely lying or anything like that. Definitely not. But we are still being denied the context that would provide us with proper information. It's being like, cherry picked is a word for it, and that feels manipulative. That feels shitty, just to be honest. Okay. Also, yeah, look at that. Why the fuck was that not in there? Would it have been so hard? Would it have been so contrary to your like anti-bleach or whatever agenda to just put a little asterisk like, hey people, be aware this might not be all that accurate? Like, considering all the other data that was accumulated over the course of this video, all these scans, all the novels, like everything else that was accumulated here. Look at all those like individual panels, interview clips and everything. You couldn't just like include that one little thing at the end that just says asterisk, this might not be 100% true, or like just find somebody to translate it. Like, people will translate shit for free, like, or fucking pay an actual translator. Like, fancy that. Like, put some financial investment into your products. Like, how expensive could it be to find a person out there like to just like translate a paragraph? I'm sure there are like Japanese students who would be like learning English who would be happy to help you with that for free, let alone for a price, right? So again, a little bit of a divergence there, but I think it was a worthwhile little detour to go over that. Quan Chi from Chainsaw Man, cool lesbian. yeah, man. Well, I don't know. Like, I just kind of started going through that arc, and I haven't really gotten a chance to learn her character all that well. But I'm curious to see where they go with it, because it is, a very interesting like cadre of people that she has with her. Ryoman then says, on Versus Battle, some people translated it in some discussion thread and said, totally different, unique type of energy. Yeah, that's great. See, they're like, find a little community, have people help you out. I mean, I've gotten help from Acolyte. I've gotten help from Anime Drip, from Hobbs, from, I forget if Ood might have helped me with a translation before, I think, in Sage's server. I can't remember for sure. But, like, we're a community. That's the other thing. Like, none of us has to like monopolize or stockpile information, right? We're all in this together. We should be, in my opinion. So we should be sharing this shit with each other. And I just want to state for the record that I'm like very grateful that you guys are so forthcoming with both the information that you provide and also links to stuff for me to check out. Like, I wouldn't have found out about this video without you. And it's given me so much to think about and talk about. So that's what I think the spirit of the community is or should be, right? So that's what I want to see more of. I missed some messages from you, Roman. Sorry. Yellow Mask Obito just waits in Kamui till Brown and Money. Well, I mean, yeah, like, I don't really know that there's much. Like, this is relying on Naruto being able to clash physically with Ishiki, and Ishiki being like stupid and impetuous enough to like let him get away with it. So I don't know if he has, if he's going up against Kaguya, why wouldn't Kaguya just Yomotsu Hirosaka into the ice dimension and sit there, chilling in her palace, literally and figuratively, and then come back in like 10 minutes when he's dead, So again, what does power actually mean here? That's another gripe that I could potentially give, is that, we are equating, we're looking at power in terms of just like energy output rather than in terms of overall combat potential. Like, it almost kind of doesn't matter if Naruto can emit the force of a bajillion entire universes with his ultra super cruel mega, Bleach and One Piece simultaneous neg diffing Baryon mode, if he can't fucking hit his opponent. So like, arguably an opponent with 0 AP with Kamui is quote unquote stronger in terms of combat potential than Baryon mode. Now obviously that doesn't mean that Obito's gonna win in a clash, but he could still win the fight overall if he just like acts intelligently and tactically about it. So why aren't we like talking about that in terms of our scaling and our matchups? I think that's an interesting consideration too. Ryoman says, funny how Ada negative. Yeah, maybe. I have to see where that goes. Saria says, still here by the way, ranting to my sis about how so many lesbians in media can't just be good. Seriously, almost every time there's a lesbian in media, there's evil. it's actually so lame. Yeah, that kind of sucks, huh? I hadn't thought about that, but I wonder if that's like some not so subliminal messaging from certain authorship. That must be really unfortunate, though. I was actually, it must be really unfortunate for you to feel like you don't get good representation, right? Like, not to switch and make it about me, but like the Yaskir, aka Dandelion, in the Witcher show, they made him bisexual, which was cool. I mean, you can argue that he was a little bit more fluid in the books anyway, but I think um, that was never explicit, and he was like known for being a womanizer. But I like Dandelion as a character, and so I like the fact that like, oh, here's this character that I like, but also he is showing a bit of a sexuality that I can relate to, and I don't really have like bisexual characters that I guess like maybe Doctor Who or Captain Jack Harkness or something. Like I could find somebody, but like there aren't that many that are like that I can think of, right? So this is cool. And then they made him like hook up with fucking Radovid, who is uh just awful, like just a terrible person. And not only did they hook up together, because you could have been like, oh well, maybe he just had a fling or whatever, but they had to make it like he's so head over heels in love with him, like more so than we see him for pretty much anybody else. It's just really weird and uncomfortable and gross. Like really him of all characters, like okay, so you had the one opportunity to make a cool bisexual thing going on, and then you like totally made it gross and weird and uncomfortable for everybody. Why? Why? Can't we just have one? Please, god damn it. Um but anyway, Shinji Kari Best Buy, yes. Although that too is pretty strange. That's a pretty morally um gray universe as well. But that's something. Something. Um let's see. Yeah, they're so lame. On versus battles translated it. Sorry, says honestly hate Chainsaw Man so much I'm not. Sorry, I honestly hate Chainsaw Man, so I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. TBH. Yeah, I mean, like I wouldn't mind hearing your thoughts on it. I like Chainsaw Man. I like the animation. I like the music. I like the universe and the premise and the devils, and I like. I like. I've struggled with this. I've gone back and forth, but I like the fact that the series is depicting a very kind of honest and whatchamacallit, unflattering, you know, vision of like a young boy's experience, so to speak. Like a not boy isn't even the right word for it, but you know what I mean. Like a teenage, like an adolescent is the word I'm looking for. Like going through that adolescent awakening, and if you want to call it that, that sounds weird. What would you call it when you're like you're a teenager and you're starting to go through puberty, or you've just gone through puberty and you're just starting to become aware of girls or boys or whoever you're into, right? And it's like your hormones are raging and you're confused, and like everything gets hyper fixated on a few things. Like you become obsessed with you know that part of your life, and it kind of like takes over your brain. And like as an adult looking back on that, like going and watching sorry, so I was watching the first season on Crunchyroll with my partner sitting next to me, and then I was like, oh, this is so cool. Like he's getting in there and he's like gonna save the cat and save Power, and he's fighting this really cool demon, and the animation's so cool and the sound is so cool, and my partner was really enjoying it. And like when Denji kills the Bat Devil, like fighting the Bat Devil has like some really amazing sound design and stuff and getting into it. And then Denji just like comes jumping out of the building, and he's like screaming at the top of his lungs and being like, I'm gonna die, and I haven't even gotten a chance to cop a single fucking feel. And my partner just like her head sank, and she looked at me like, really, motherfucker? And I had to be like, no, 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 wait, it's actually deep, because it's actually a really stark depiction of like the struggles of and like fixation, and it's honest, and it's like it's embarrassing sometimes. um I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think from my perspective anyway, the series is like, yeah, like horny young dudes are horny and sex obsessed, and that's not the most mature thing in the world, and it's not necessarily amazing highbrow storytelling, but it is the reality. And so why don't we just talk about that for a second? And why don't we have the traditional image of a superhero who's motivated by like these grand lofty ambitions just be like honest, like grateful for the small tiny little things in life that everybody else takes for granted, not consumed with these peripheral like side goals, just have a very, very simple, straightforward, and yes, cringy and yes, immature goal. But this is going to be a story about like being an immature, obsessed, awkward, like sex crazed little kid, like a lot of us were at that age, right? Little kid is a very poor choice of words. Adolescent, Jesus Christ, um, adolescent, and just being like, all like I'm a 16-year-old boy and all I can think about is boobs, 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 right? You know, like that is a very immature and very crass thing, but it is the reality for a lot of folks. They go through that, and so I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's not like a taboo subject that we, or it's not like an invalid thing to have an immature yet honest depiction of what like the I guess you could say sordid reality is. Does that make any sense? I feel like I'm kind of stumbling over my words because it's hard to. I'm trying to find like the nuanced way of saying that you could very rightly call the show immature and like sexist, I guess, because oh, it's the horny dude who's gonna get a trophy woman as a reward, and he's saving the naked girl from inside the belly of the other like fighting dude, right? Like you could look at it from a misogynistic lens, and I wouldn't say that you're wrong. But also, I think there's a more charitable way to look at it, where it's like more an examination and a very like an embarrassingly honest examination of like frustrated, like adolescent hormones, I guess, and how that becomes manifested in like this sort of manic rage. But again, like whether or not you consider that to be a valid thing to discuss or a valid way that it's being portrayed, I think is obviously very up to interpretation. And I think it's like I've managed to find the way to reconcile it and to enjoy it for what it is, but I can totally sympathize with my partner being like, really, why the fuck are you watching this? But yeah. Gold Kima carries the series, yeah, maybe. We'll have to see what she's up to. She does seem like a very intriguing character. I liked the sort of elaborations on her character, both in Reza and in what I've read of the series since then. Saria says, honestly, buys are lucky you have Korra, Asami, Tim, Drake, the entirety of fucking Fire Emblem, pretty much, except like Martha and Rick Roy. You have most of the X-Men, and then I'm over here with Arcane. Okay, fair, fair, fair. Yeah. I guess I just haven't spread my bisexual wings out in all of their glory to really see what is out there. The representation in Arcane was really good. I guess like bi guys specifically because you know I identify as male and I uh don't have like a bi icon, I guess, you know. But whatever, like it's just gotten really weird where I was complaining about like somebody's lack of evidentiary substantiation, and now I'm trying to like apologize or be an apologist for Hormone Rage, the movie, and also uh please give me my own personal bisexual icon, please. I love these discussions. They always go to such fun places. But yeah, like I can definitely sympathize with your frustration, Saria, about like not people not knowing like how to write for us, if that makes sense. Obviously, you have your own category that's different from mine, but hopefully you know what I'm saying, right? Like just understanding that it would be nice to not be depicted as like the weird oddball or something wrong. Okay, you all right? My partner just knocked something down. It's okay. Um, but yeah, I think I'm gonna move on because I feel like I'm just like stumbling over my words for whatever reason. I'm getting tired. I hope you feel heard. Trying to relate. Bat Devil versus Batman. I think Devilman Crybaby no diff solos both of them and then cries about it. And I'm gonna die on that hill too. Okay, let me get back to complaining about other people's ideas because clearly, like, I'm not coming up with great ones of my own tonight.
Naruto while just standing around and not using any ninjutsu, or even taijutsu for that matter, is greater than that of Kaguya's expansive truth-seeking orb, which by the time of the manga is already stated to be strong enough to destroy and recreate the entire world.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call bullshit on that. if Kaguya threw her ETSO at Naruto while he's just standing there aura farming with Baryon mode active, you're gonna tell me that he just like flexes and shrugs and that shit like bounces off of him, or he just absorbs it or no diffs it? I mean, he's not even in Sage mode, right? So like, I don't think he can even interact with it in the way that he can like kick away the ETSOs, like the TSOs. But that's the thing also, that when he was in, okay, yeah, so when he was in Sage mode, he was able to interact with TSOs directly, but he still didn't think he would be able to deal with this. And now he doesn't even have Sage mode active. So how is he interacting with this? How is he dealing with this? I don't think so. I'm also now realizing, I said this was from the anime before, but looking at the aliasing or whatever, like the polygon setup, I'm guessing this isn't even from the anime. This is from the game. So again, let's just move on. So this is all just to say that so he's trying to establish the wait. Hang on a second. Hold the fucking phone. You said Saria says you hate Arcane mostly because he's a lesbian, but the narrative is like, actually Kate, who helps the oppressors, is okay. Jinx needs to sacrifice herself and be punished. Oh, I see what you're saying. Huh. Well, I fucking love that show. You know I'm obsessed with that show. I fucking adore it. But that's a valid point. Yeah. So to me, all of the characters, like the main characters in Arcane, they're all um like strong but flawed. Um and they like Silco, right, is like sort of like vaguely uh effeminate presenting, I guess you could say, but I didn't get the impression that we were supposed to have like a Jafar or like Scar type thing where it's like, oh, the evil person is like depicted as being gay or something like that, or like, queer coded. It more just felt like there were a variety of different archetypes of people with a variety of different interests and sexualities and proclivities and whatnot. And some of them were strong in some ways and weak in other ways. I feel like every character, you could argue that there was a bi thing going on between Victor. Like Victor was probably had feelings for Jace, and then Jace was with I forget her name, but he was with that lady who was like the daughter of the warlord, right? So like Jace himself is like quote unquote the good guy, but he does some shady things and he gives into like his ambitions and stuff like that, and he kind of abandoned his friend. Victor also kind of like lets his own ambitions kind of overcome and overwhelm him, even though he's a good person, and winds up taking things too far. Heimerdinger is genuinely like a good, kind-hearted soul, but at the same time, like he's ruled by fear. So you have all these characters who are like deeply flawed, but also trying to do some version of the right thing, or at least trying to do some version of like healing from their trauma and maybe exacting some revenge on the world from it. And because like it's not like the lesbians are the ones, or even the bisexuals or the queer coded ones are the ones who are being singled out as being like particularly bad, or that they're to me anyway, it's like they're their sexuality was not a part. Ne- the variable. How do I fucking explain this? Like, I didn't think it was being like, okay, like, let's find the characters that we're going to have do shitty things and be super shady, and let's make sure that those are the ones who are like bi, you know what I mean, or queer or whatever. And then let's have the characters who are going to be mostly doing good things and have them be straight. It felt like the whole thing was like this just big fluid mess of humanity that was morally gray and complex, and there was good people doing shitty things to try to do some good and to restore balance in an extremely fucked up, like chaotic world. That's the impression I got. I'm not saying you have to agree with me. It's a little like slightly disappointing if you don't like it, because I do adore that show, but I don't expect us to agree on everything. Does that seem fair? Do you see where I'm coming from with all that? Um, you're allowed to hate it. Not that you need my permission, but just like I want to see if we can agree about it in some way. Let me know what you think. Ryoman says, I found Arcane boring. Fuck off. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's fine. You're allowed to find it boring. It has its own pace and its own style. I love it. It's one of my favorite like pieces of media, but I understand it's not for everybody. Um, But I mean, it does have some fucking amazing fights. Like, have you seen the fight between Jinx and like that weird rat guy with the like mechanical suit and stuff like that? Did you see the fight with the guys who are on the like those hoverboards? You know, um, there's some really amazing like combat choreography in that series as well. So I'd encourage you to check it out. Okay, so going back to Key's video, the whole purpose of going through this section is that I wanted to also demonstrate some issues with the way that the like game feats were being framed. So let me just resume playing here, and we're gonna listen to what he's saying about the video games, and then get back into discussing like the way the information is being presented.
Beyond that, in Storm 4 it stated that the combo attack from Naruto and Sasuke during the last era is the strongest ninjutsu power in history.
Okay, so specifically, he said it was in Storm 4, but he said that the ability that they're using is the strongest in history. Okay, let's keep that in mind.
Putting it above Kaguya's ETSO. And
So it would be stronger than Kaguya's ETSO.
remember that combo attacks in Storm are meant to be canonical representations of what the characters can do, and
Okay, so they're meant to be the attacks and abilities that we see depicted in Storm are meant to be like accurate, faithful, canonical representations of what characters could do. So, like if Naruto and Sasuke had actually been together in the last, they could do that. The fact that they didn't doesn't mean that it's like not within their power.
thus if they're meant to surpass Kaguya's ETSO, that would in fact be canon. And
Okay, so if it is indeed depicting, if the game wants us to think that in the game, uh, this ability is actually the strongest thing that we've ever seen in the series to date, then we should consider that to be a canonical depiction of like the overall scaling of the series.
funnily enough, this is also a base from Naruto. He doesn't use Kurama mode or Sage mode here.
Okay, so he's not using Kurama Motor Sage mode. Okay, let's keep that in mind. Okay, seeing that same scan again.
So there is that too. And another instance of an attack that
Okay, so what's funny to me about that is that, of course, again, we didn't see the fucking game, did we? We didn't actually see the scene from the game. Like, he's demonstrated that he's completely capable of and willing to get scenes from games, including incredibly obscure, well, maybe it's not that obscure, but like lesser known, lesser familiar to maybe a Western audience, things like this specific version of Obito from a mobile game. But like most people have at least heard of the Storm games, and people talk about them pretty frequently. So we didn't actually get to see this ability. Like, what does it look like? How big is it? How high does it scale? Can we actually take a look at it? I wonder.
directly surpasses Kaguya's ETSO is Naruto, Hashirama, and Tashira's combo attack, which is
Okay, so now we do actually see part of this combo attack, but again, we're not actually seeing footage of it. We're just seeing screenshots of them doing anger, and then also them gathering together this orb. But what about the attack? Like, when does it detonate? What does it look like when it detonates? Like, where is the additional context for this? Let's read the blurb over here. Ashura, the first to bear their shared fate, and his reincarnations Hashirama and Naruto join together in battle. They'll unleash the strongest combination ninjutsu the shinobi world has ever seen. Okay, so previously he said that this other uh, jutsu should have been the strongest, but now apparently this one is actually the strongest. We'll see.
said to be the strongest combo attack ever in history, which would put it above Naruto and Sasuke's combo attack, which on its own regard is above Kaguya's ETSO. So once again, a canonical representation of the power. Now that we are
Okay, so let's take a minute and let's just acknowledge that we didn't actually get in-game footage for either of those things, right? We didn't get footage for the whatchamacallit, for either of those combo jutsu. So let's go to like Naruto Storm Connections All Ultimate Jutsu, right? Because I think that the Hashirama one shows up in Storm specifically. Let me see if I can find. I think this is the one. Yeah, the Team Jutsu. So here's that screenshot that we saw before of those three characters. This might be loud. Okay, so muting this. Let's go to see if we can find that. So here's Ashura, Naruto, Hashirama. Okay, I think we talked about this previously. Again, this is like Alvirim is the name of the channel. Please go support them and subscribe. Help them out. Okay, so here's the combination jutsu over here. Okay, all right, we're counting on you all, guys. Okay, there's the orb thing. We've got those two like thousand-armed Buddha, Kanon statues, whatever they're called. It's making this big orb of like Rasen Shuriken with all of the little individual orbs inside of it. A glorious jutsu. Okay, fires it off. Let's see how this does. Okay, so it goes through the earth. They all yell, and then there's a big explosion, and you can kind of see in the background that there is shit. Back. Almost there. Actually, let me do that. Yeah. So you can kind of see. It's kind of hard to see that there is the earth in the background, right? You can see it very vaguely because this big explosion kind of takes up a lot of the screen. Let me do this 1 sec. Yeah, I want to show the moment of the actual explosion. Okay, yeah. So it's kind of hard to see, but you can see there's like an island and there's the ocean and there's stuff there. So this massive jutsu didn't blow up the earth, just to be clear, and it barely extended into space. It's hard to tell from this, but I don't think this even got close to touching the moon, unless the moon happened to be paying a visit and was like right up close to the Earth at the time. It definitely doesn't extend throughout the whole fucking solar system because you wouldn't be able to see the moon, the Earth this close, right? So, by his own admission, this is the most powerful jutsu. This is the canonical representation of the most powerful jutsu in the entire series, including being stronger than Kaguya's ETSO. So this would just be an anti-feat for Kaguya's ETSO, right? Because, again, this is a canonical representation of the strongest ability that's ever happened in the entire series ever up to date, which includes like Ishiki is in this game too. So if that's the case, then the combined efforts of Hashirama, Ashura, and Naruto don't even produce something that is capable, is like demonstrably galaxy level, let alone, or solar system level, let alone galaxy level. Now you could say, but it's an AP feat, except that this big ass fucking giant explosion also has a DC component, or is probably better described as a DC feat anyway. If you really do think it's AP based, okay, we can talk about that later once we start getting into some numbers. But at the very least, like, this is a very small scale attack by comparison to those other things. Now let's see if we can find an example of some of those other abilities that we heard people talk about. Jigen, Delta, Boro, Kashin Koji. How well does their do? Oh, this is like actually a really cool depiction of the ability. Like the character gets smashed between the two bricks and there's this giant explosion. I think there's some more stuff. Yeah, let's check out the corresponding ability by Indra, Ashura, and Hagoromo, right? That's essentially, this is another like big trio featuring some of the legendary ninja in history. Let's see how that's depicted. So here's Hagoromo. There's his two sons, Indra and Ashura. Okay, we got the Susanoo. We got the Nine Tails avatar. Well, it's not the Nine Tails, but we got that like big chakra avatar as well. Hagoromo chimes in, and we got this. How does this compare? That sphere also looks a lot like the one that we saw previously. And here's this depiction, right? So here's a similar ability that actually potentially has a more impressive DC feat compared to the one that we just saw previously. I mean, again, it's hard to tell. Maybe it is smaller, but it looks pretty fucking massive. And this one at least tears a chunk out of the earth below it. So based on just this footage so far, I'm not convinced that the other one is necessarily bigger or stronger than this one. Delta should sit on me. It's great, brilliant. Hey, you do you, man. Wouldn't be my choice personally, but more power to you for it. More for you, right? But let's see. So I wanted to see if I could find. Yeah. So here's Boruto and Naruto, and this basically just looks like the one from the last from the movie. Okay. So just kind of goes off into the air. Boom. There it explodes. And this isn't a Rasen Shuriken. It's just a Rasengan, right? So, that's the size of it compared to the Earth. Does that look like it's blowing up a fucking galaxy? I don't think so. Like, again, go through all of these abilities and see how you feel about their power level. Oh yeah, here's the one from the last. Let's see how that compares. Like Naruto and Sasuke from the last. So they have actually this isn't them from the last. This is from like versus Momoshiki, right? But here's the one that they do from the last. Okay, so combo attack over here, throw the Rasen Shuriken. It's infused with like Amaterasu, standing like this. He does that, they did that. Come together. There's that blast punch that we see before. And there is that ability, right? And we talked about this previously, but just so you see it in context, right? Again, apart from, even if we like disregard this, right? We just say, okay, that was a fluke or something. This Ki was arguing was stronger than Kaguya's ETSO. This ability canonically, right, in the official canonical depiction of the series, is actually stronger than the ETSO, and yet it's not even, it's like cracking a tiny portion of the Earth, and it's not extending into space. How the fuck is this universal? Like, by any definition. You could say it's AP based, but is that really the case? Is it actually like, is there any way to actually demonstrate that this has universal AP? Like, genuinely? I'm not seeing it. I couldn't see it. But there is one other thing that I think is worth keeping in mind. So, bear with me 1 second here. I'm going to see if I can pull this off. So, I downloaded Connections. I played around with it a little bit. And there's some interesting data that we can glean. Just set up my controller. Second. It's probably going to be really loud when I start it up. So bear with me while I get the audio settings fixed. Let me see if I can get this booted up to show you guys. So this is Naruto Ninja Storm Connections. And it is pretty easy to get on sale. So, I'd encourage you to just check the game out yourself if you are interested in it whatsoever. Full screen window. There's no clear obscure today. Come on, where are you? This? Okay. Should be showing up on stream. And I want to show you a useful tool that you guys can use to evaluate some of this stuff. Keeping in mind, remember that this is supposedly a canonical depiction of the series. Right? So if you go into the game, something that is really convenient and really nice about this game is that even if, like, I only have Steam is saying 63 minutes played, right? So I don't really have anything unlocked. I haven't really done this. I haven't done the history mode or the special story or anything like that, right? If you just come into the game and start off, you can go into, where is it? Free battle mode. In free battle mode, all the characters for the most part are unlocked. There might be some secret characters that I haven't found yet or whatever, but you can go into practice mode and then do free practice. And you can set up teams and test things out, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go actually pre-save this team. Here's Naruto and Sasuke from the last, right? And I'm going to pull them up. There's my team. And then the way that I've been testing things is I've been using Kaguya and Madara as the opponent, just so that we always have the same like frame of reference. And I use Training Field Day as the basic whatchamacallit, arena. I always use the same arena just to keep things normal, right? So you'll notice that there's some numbers on the side of the screen over there, right? And what you can do if you want to see these numbers is come into, like, press the start button or whatever and go to practice menu and scroll down. Make sure your storm gauge is set to unlimited because that will let you do your ultimate abilities without having to wait and build them up. And go down to damage info display and set it on. Okay, so now we can actually test to see what abilities are strongest and how they work exactly. So in order to perform an ultimate ability, you don't have to do any crazy button combos. You don't have to have anything unlocked. You don't even have to be good at the game, right? Just walk up to your opponent, hold down the right trigger. And by the way, if you forget any of this stuff, you can just go to command list and look here, right? But it's holding down the right trigger and then pressing. For me, I have a PS5 controller, so it's triangle twice. So we can actually watch this in real time and see what happens. So right trigger twice. Okay. So let's just watch, see what it looks like. You can see the damage occurring on the left. We can see Kaguya's health bar on the right. They get together. Really, really slick animation. Big explosion. Crack in the earth. That does 33.8 damage. Okay, 33.08 damage. Okay, that's great. So now if you want, we can go back to the main battle menu. We can go to practice and we can pull up free practice over here. And we can go to this other team that I created with Madara, Hashirama, and Naruto, and they're the same like variations of the character that appeared in Key's video. We can go and double check that in a second if you want. Okay. And I'm going to do the same thing. Just going to walk up to Kaguya, and I'm going to use the ability. Excuse me. Let's just see it play out.
Mixed with the strength of the six paths. A glorious jutsu.
Thank you. I think this should settle it.
33.35. Okay, so this ability is actually slightly stronger diegetically than the other one, right? And so now what we can do, if we want to, is we can go through and test any other number of combinations of abilities and jutsu and stuff like that and see where they stack up and see if we can find any others that are potentially in excess of that. I will say that I tested like a whole bunch of individual character abilities, and they consistently topped out at, what was it? One sec. Yeah, they consistently topped out at 30. Like all of the main character abilities top out at 30, but the team jutsu have different parameters and different like levels as well. So let's see, Naruto. Yeah, so there's this as well that I wanted to see the value for. Let's try this. Naruto and Sasuke. This is Naruto in this particular incarnation, so with this face, and then yeah. So let's go back and try this. Return to free battle menu. Let's just see what it says. See what we can learn, if anything. So this version of Naruto gets paired up with this version of Sasuke, right? Not the last version, the War Arc versions. And you have to pick the same character twice, otherwise it will try to throw a third character in the mix. So 1 second. Yeah, this one. Okay. And then for this team, again, Kaguya and Madara. Okay. Let's just see. So keeping in mind that, like, that first ability was 30... Was it 33.08? Okay, sorry. Let's just see where this takes us. Dark Souls dragon screen. Okay, so this is a tool that you could potentially use, like, to try to get some data. Now, obviously, this is not going to be, it's entirely up to you whether or not you think this is, like, useful and relevant shit. Oh, am I even, like, streaming the game? Fuck, hang on. I think I minimized the window. There we go. Okay, let me try that one more time, since I'm already in here. Then we can go back to the video. But yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is that, like, you know, you might not find that this really proves anything per se, but at the very least, it's a resource that you have that you can kind of go in and see. And what I'm trying to illustrate here is that you can, one way to potentially approach this, right, is to say, I'm just going to take a page out of some piece of promotional material, and I'm just going to go with that. Just assume that it's true. The other way is to actually look in the game itself and to see if there's data that corroborates your statement. And actually, it does seem to be the case that there's data from the game that could corroborate what Key is saying. It's much more compelling to me to be like, hey, here's this joint jutsu between Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke were relative to Kaguya. Naruto to various extents, right? But Naruto and Sasuke, like, their ultimate conjoined ability and can be represented by a value of 33. And then we get this information from the pamphlets or whatever, from this piece of promotional material, that the strongest thing in the entire series is this other ability that Naruto and Sasuke use, and that has a value of 33.08. And then we get the data that there's another even stronger ability that's even stronger than those, and then that ability is like 33 point, or wait, what was it, like 33.3 something. Like, it was even higher. So there are ways to actually corroborate this and to build this case in a method that uses like diegetic, you know, from the horse's mouth information that is way stronger. So the purpose of my like rebuttal here isn't even necessarily to say Key is wrong about everything and this is why my perspective is better, blah blah. It's just saying like Key is actually potentially hurting himself by not being curious enough to look into the source material. There might actually be better information to better support his own arguments, if he is willing, or whoever else is willing, to actually look at the original source in context. But of course, the real thing to do here to corroborate this would be to go through as many jutsu as possible and to put together like a data table or spreadsheet. And for once, I didn't actually do that. For once, I didn't have the time to do that. I'm happy to do that this week. I'll have more time this week. Or, y'all can just go get the game and play it yourself and see what you find. But I do think that this is like a useful tool, and it's the primary source again. So given the option between either like taking a statement that's cropped out of context from the fucking website that admits that it is actually, potentially not translated correctly and that it should be taken with a grain of salt, or playing the game, why don't you just play the fucking game, man? Like, you already have a screenshot from the game up, right? Just play the game and like see what the game says. Fuck. Like, again, consistent theme is working so goddamn hard to stay away from the source material, and that's what kind of gets to me. Okay, so Delta should set on me. That's the first thing I see when I look back at chat. So Saria says, you made Naruto the last, Sakura then last, and Boruto Karma. Oh, do they have any cool like interactions? It's a cool team setup. Ryoman says, I would main any version of Obito if I played the game. I guess I'd also mean Conan due to other reasons. That's fair. They would actually make an interesting team. I wonder if they have any like synergistic abilities. Apparently there's like a lot of hidden interactions and stuff like that. A lot of them have the same output. Yeah, I think I tested maybe 10 or 12 individual character ultimate abilities, and they all like came out to 30. It's interesting that the team abilities are the ones that have like team ultimates are the ones that have more variation. But again, here's the thing. I don't even know if we should be using this to scale the series anyway, because the game is always going to be something that needs to be balanced to be fairly, to be fair, to account for any number of different potential, combinations. You could have a situation in the game where you're playing as Kid Konohamaru fighting against Ishiki, and the person playing as Kid Konohamaru has to be able to win, right? Because that's the purpose of the video game, to create these, like fucking pick somebody from like Super Smash Brothers. I'm sure there's a character who like diegetically is within their own universe kind of like extremely powerful compared to, I don't know, like a much, I don't know, like Pikmin, like Olimar and Pikmin versus Ganondorf, or versus King K. Rool, or versus like Star Fox or something like that. There's no reason really for Pikmin, for like the Pikmin characters, or for Olimar to win on a power scaling basis, right? Like, there's got to be some matchups in there that are just totally goofy and ridiculous, but you can still win even with the underpowered character. Yeah, like Bayonetta was like punching God in the face, right? Bayonetta going up against, I don't know, Ness or something. It doesn't really make much sense for Ness to have a fucking chance in hell, Snowball's chance in hell. But at the same time, you have to balance the game in such a way that people can pick up any character and play and have a compelling fight, even if there are some disparities, even if some characters are more or less broken or whatever. So I don't know if like having a live game that can be like retooled and recalibrated and patched and stuff like that is really the best way to get an answer. But if you just assume that everything they gave Toon and Young the full Triforce, okay, well, that's clearly canon, right? Because they clearly carry that shit around with them at all times. That's actually kind of fucking hilarious. But yeah, or like the human being Pokemon trainer, like, I don't know, losing a fight against or like winning a fight against, yeah, like Link with a Triforce, something like that's just really ridiculous. But anyway, you know what I'm trying to say, right? Is that like at the end of the day, it's a video game, it's a fluid thing, and there are going to be internal calibrations and an internal metric of like relative strength. But that being said, technically speaking, to Key's point, within the game, numerically speaking, his ordering of abilities is correct. You know, the Hashirama, Ashura, and Naruto combo is stronger than the other previously stronger combo, and that's stronger than Naruto and Sasuke's combo. I guess I should. Oh, I think I did test Kaguya's. Hang on a second. Is there a Kaguya ultimate combo thing? There must be, right? Naruto, Kurenai, Indra, Wakiboruto. Let's see if I can find one real quick. Oh, yeah. Did I do this one? Did we go over this one? Yeah, I don't remember if I looked at that. I think that might also have a different value. But let me see if there's one for... There should be. Tachi, Shisui, Akatsuki. I mean, like, again, we don't have to spend all fucking night doing this, but, you know. This is just a tool that you could potentially use to go corroborate this stuff if you wanted to. Hyuga, Akazu, Deidara, Sasori. I guess there isn't one here for the... Maybe because these are just, like, the new ones that were introduced in this game. So we're not seeing some of the stuff from the Otsutsuki. I thought Kaguya... Hang on. Now I'm curious. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so there's Hagoromo's here. There's Ishiki. What are we doing? Oh, there's one with Indra and Madara. That's an interesting combo. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it would be interesting to go through these abilities and really like draw up a table to see if the claim is like supported. Yeah, so okay, here's Momoshiki, Kaguya, and Ishiki. Let's see what they do. Or the Pheasant Hunt, that's what that ability's called. And that's fused Momo as well, right? So here's the thing as well, like, does it actually make sense? Like, is it a canon representation for Momoshiki and Ishiki and Kaguya to have a joint ability like this, for them to be working together in this way? Especially fused Momo? I don't know. It seems a little much, maybe. But anyway, like this, so this isn't even like a team combo jutsu. Actually, it's just Momoshiki. He's not really using the other two as part of the. Okay, so here's Kaguya's. Let's just see. That's not even her ultimate, is it? Oh yeah, yeah. So her ability as well, which is funny. In the game, her ability is called Final Truth Seeker Orbs, as opposed to like Expansive Truth Seeker Orb, right? Or Final Truth Seeker Orb singular. But it's a different jutsu than the one that she uses. Like, she never uses a Truth Seeker Orb that functions like this, that does this in the series, as far as I know. Pretty sure Kaguya doesn't have a team alt. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought for sure there was like an Otsutsuki group alt, but I guess canonically it makes sense that she wouldn't be part of that. But anyway, Crazy Lacquer Bloom is a cool name for jutsu as well. All right, anyway, so yeah, but main point there was just to establish that there isn't a Daijutsu tool that we can use, and I still maintain my objection to taking the information, the data out of context and presenting it in this way. It still feels very dishonest, and potentially harming your own position by doing it too. Saria says 2D Mr. Game & Watch fighting 3-dimensional constructs. Yeah, that's a good one too. That's a good one too. Saria says I don't think they do. Pretty sure Kaguya doesn't have a team ult. Yeah, okay. I appreciate you letting me know that. Okay, so the next thing to talk about is an argument regarding Kaguya and her dimensions that I think we might have talked about previously. But there's a whole bunch more stuff that he mentions regarding Kaguya. Specifically, he talks about the creation of her dimension and refers to one of her dimensions as a dimension of hypergravity. I think this is or supergravity space. Okay, this is what she's talking about. So really quick, before I forget, I want to point out that there's another resource that people can use. If we are agreeing that the manga, or sorry, that the games are canonical, like official representations, and we're allowed to use them, right? Then I think it's worth noting, and Saria, you helped me kind of become aware of this, that you can actually, in the game, from the start menu, without having to like do anything fancy or unlock anything, you can press the R2 button to bring up the encyclopedia. And if you press triangle, you can switch to the jutsu index, and it's sort of clunky to go through, but we can actually pretty quickly find Kaguya's jutsu on the last page here. And let's see what we learn about. One second. No, is it over here? Rinnegan, Almighty Push. I know it's like somewhere around here. Planetary Truth Seeker Orb. No, I mean, so here's this for Amino Minaka anyway, right? Amino Minaka is described as a visual jutsu that instantly shifts the world around the user and those in their vicinity into another dimension, right? So going back to our description last time about, or discussion last time about Kaguya supposedly like moving the entire universe around or whatever, just want to point out that an official translation in the official game that Key went to all lengths to demonstrate was like personally supervised by Kishimoto and had direct involvement with him. It was super official and all that stuff and canonical. Okay, well, this canonical, officially translated source material says it's a visual jutsu that instantly shifts the world around the user and those in their vicinity into another dimension. So it's bringing everybody into that dimension. It's not summoning the alternate dimension to their location. It's shifting it. And that also doesn't mean it's like physically shoving the main Naruto universe out of the way. She's bringing their world to the other world, right? Like, this description is different. Maybe you think that this is less legitimate or whatever, but it is a canonical piece of information that should be evaluated that was just excluded and not considered as part of the discussion. So I think that's interesting. These dimensions include lava, ice, sand, hyper-gravity, and acid, as well as the root time space that links them together. Now, pay very close attention to that phrasing. Lava, ice, sand, hyper-gravity, hyper-gravity, and acid, okay? So I don't know if there's one in here for the like actual eternal or expansive truth seeker orb. I'm going to scan through this really quick. I don't think so. So it's not like every single thing is in here. We do have Baryon mode. Let's see what it says about Baryon mode. A state that uses Naruto's and Kurama's chakra as resource to create a completely new type of energy. This power drains both their lifespans, but does the same to enemy when it comes into contact with, right? So again, this isn't saying that it is like vastly more powerful in terms of like raw energy output. It's just saying that it's a new type of energy. Okay. Tsukuyomi, Infinite, Evil Illusion. Okay. So I don't think the expansive truth seeker orb is here. Maybe it's in the truth seeking ball one, and it's just like a footnote. Yeah, so no, Kaguya's not. Hang on a second. I think there's a way you can do this as well. This is a useful tool for people doing research on this stuff. If you go to Amino Minaka and you press the triangle button, you can see view links and go to Kaguya, and then view links. Then you can see what other pages she's linked to, right? Rinna Sharingan links. You can see if there's anything. Yeah, I don't see anything there, but that's a really cool tool, incomplete as though it is. Okay, so I just wanted to point out that there are like more pieces of diegetic data, canonical data supposedly, that are being excluded. Anyway, yeah, so hyper-gravity. Interesting. I don't know what that means. Can you show what Kamui 1 say, by the way, in Haku's Ice Mirrors? I guess when I play it to see it myself, it'll say very interesting. Yeah. Let me get through this point, and then if you want to go back, I can fire it back up, and we can look at those as well. I think it's worth just like taking your time and going through them all, any ones that you find interesting as well. But yeah, let me bring up some music again, since now we're kind of out of the game. Is it playing? What the fuck? Audio card, hello. Okay, I think it's playing now. All right, so that being said, let's get back into this. So we've established that there is one canonical depiction of this jutsu as being described as hyper-gravity. Now, in this panel over here, this is from the 4th data book from Narutoversity, which again, Key doesn't actually cite or provide a reference or a link to, so who knows. If you don't already know where this comes from, you're at a disadvantage, but I'm telling you it's from Narutoversity, right? And this is the one that we talked about last time that already has a bit of a sketchy translation to it, but let's read. Ame no Minaka is a technique that Kaguya, who owns the Rin Sharingan, uses. In an instant, she can move the world she's in together with other people to a different dimension. The places she can move to are the dimensions of lava, ice, super-hyphen gravity, sand, and acid. And these 5 dimensions are directly connected by the first dimension. Then we have this scan over here. And again, we have... let's see what he says about the scan in a second, but I'm not seeing where this is coming from, so I'm very skeptical about this. But let's read through it. Okay, Otsutsuki Kaguya, she's the first one to wield chakra on Earth, and her presence is regarded as the ancestor or founder of Shinobi. Kaguya was revived, blah, blah, blah. Okay, she's able to dislocate different dimensions such as magma, desert, and supergravity space. Okay, so why I'm bringing all this up, why I'm having us focus on the phrasing of supergravity and stuff like that, is, as you know, Kaguya has a variety of different dimensions. In the manga, one of the dimensions she goes to is one in which characters are pulled down to the ground and struggle to move around, right? Naruto's clones come crashing down to the ground. The other characters have trouble like maneuvering, etc., etc. And it becomes difficult for them to deal with the gravity in that dimension because the gravity in said dimension is stronger. For those who need a reference to this, right? This is happening in chapter 686. And Kaguya shifts the world to the supergravity dimension. You can see that they are falling down to the ground, poof, 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 right? Sakura says, "My body's so heavy, this terrain digs into my body." And Sasuke says, "A heavy gravity plane this time." And of course, we see that like they're pinned down to the ground. Kaguya says, "The aim was distorted by the heavy gravity." And then these characters rush forward, okay? So, of the mentions of gravity, one is heavy gravity, one is heavy gravity, one is hypergravity, one is super-gravity, and one is supergravity space, one word. Keep that in mind. Now let's listen to what Ki has to say about all this.
This jutsu is described in the manga as rewriting reality itself and summoning other dimensions, and is described in the Ninja Dictionary and the 4th data book as Kaguya physically moving and dislocating dimensions in order to swap their places. And in Naruto Blazing it's also described as moving off space. Essentially, Kaguya is playing the shell game with retro dimensions. She can write reality and dislocate dimensions and in turn swap their positioning. This would easily be a wall multiversal feat, as this is accomplished by her writing reality on a high enough level to target and switch to separate dimensions.
Okay, I'm looking specifically for what he says about supergravity, so let's go and find that specifically.
Exit the main Naruto universe.
Sorry, I should have gotten the time code for this before.
Kaguya is said to be able to...
I thought it was... Well, it's only in one of 2 sections, right? Oh, here we go. I think this is what I was looking for. So this is at 9:17, 9:18.
The concept of space and distance, thus putting her at wall complex multiversal. But believe it or not, the Naruto manga also has a 5-dimensional feat for her.
Okay, so he's describing a feat for Kaguya as a 5-dimensional feat.
In the Ninja Dictionary and the 4th data book, it is said that...
Okay, so he says in the Ninja Dictionary, right? He calls this the Ninja Dictionary. If anybody knows what the Ninja Dictionary is, or why it's a reliable source, or why this is a reliable translation, please let me know. Because I did genuinely look for the Ninja Dictionary, and I couldn't find it. So I'm not sure what he's referring to or where I can locate this. Now, I'm willing to just say maybe this is my own ignorance, like I don't recognize the source. It's not his fault that I don't recognize the source per se, except that it kind of is, because again, he just says this is quote-unquote the Ninja Dictionary. He doesn't provide a link to the Ninja Dictionary. He doesn't explain what the Ninja Dictionary is. He doesn't provide a link to who translated this, why this translation is valid. He doesn't give credit to the work done by whoever translated this. So I have no reason whatsoever to believe that this is truthful or accurate. It might be 100% correct. The translator might have done a perfect job. It's a possibility. But based on what we've been presented, what we've been given, there is zero reason to take this at face value. And so again, here's the two pieces of data that we're being given. One is from the Naruto dictionary, whatever the fuck that is, and the other is from the heavily flawed, hyperbolic, inaccurate fourth data book. What other information do we get? What does he actually say about this?
That Kaguya has created her dimensions and moves them around as she pleases. Beyond that, we've established that Kaguya rewrites and revocates
Wait. Where's the 5-dimensional thing?
her. In the Ninja Dictionary and the fourth data book, it is said that Kaguya has created her dimensions and moves them around as she pleases. Beyond that, we've established that Kaguya rewrites and revocates her whole dimensions using Amenominaka.
Okay.
In the guidebook is specifically
Here we
mentioning that her dimensions include ice, magma, desert, and gravity dimensions. Except there is one small issue.
Okay, so he calls it gravity dimension.
In both of those guidebooks in the raw Japanese, the gravity dimension
Oh, here we go. So what he says is in both of these guidebooks, so we're getting some clarification on that. Both of the guidebooks, the raw Japanese says X, Y, or Z. So this must be the guidebook, the Ninja Dictionary that he's referring to. Okay, this is actually very helpful. It's very nice to be able to have this actually in front of us and see the source. It would be nicer if we had the page number. It would be nicer if we had established what the Ninja Dictionary is and whether or not this is reliable. It's also worth considering that this depiction of Kaguya is her art from Boruto, and you can see that like these little fuzzy lines over her are representations of the holographic projection. This is the scene where I think Sasuke discovers what the Ten Tails is being hidden, and he sees the projections of the various different Otsutsuki and comes to the conclusion. Like, it's the first time he sees the depiction of Ishiki the way that Ishiki actually is and not just Jigen, right? So this is from Boruto. Is the Boruto quote-unquote Ninja Dictionary guidebook or whatever an accurate depiction of what was presented to us with the Amenominaka back in part 1? How is this reliable? That hasn't been established yet. So points, half credit for actually showing the scan, but demerits for not providing that context, not establishing the reliability of the source. And also, yeah, it's great that we have some kanji extracted from the source, but we don't actually have a full translation with the kanji shown in context. We don't actually have an explanation of the translation of the work that was done. So
dimension is actually referred to as a supergravity dimension. Supergravity is
yeah.
in Japanese, the gravity dimension is actually referred to as a supergravity dimension.
Maybe leave it on screen for like more than a split second. Although, yeah, we can pause it.
Supergravity is a modern theory combining general relativity and supersymmetry. And in supersymmetry, the simplest form of supergravity has 4 spatial dimensions and often goes way up to 11 spatial dimensions. This means that Kaguya's dimension has at least 4 spatial dimensions, and it also has time, essentially making it a 5-dimensional space. Since Kaguya is capable of rewriting and moving that whole dimensions on top of having created it, this would easily make her whole complex multiversal.
Okay, so without even getting into like the whole like low complex multiversal or any of that shit, without even talking about the fact that we haven't even established the size and dimensions and properties of these other spaces, I just want to talk for a second about what the overall claim here is that's being made. So this argument that he's presenting is that the spaces that Kaguya has created are referred to as supergravity spaces. Supergravity is a theoretical physics concept or framework or model that involves something called supersymmetry. Supersymmetry, in turn, is something that deals with spaces of higher, that describes the universe as having more than 3 spatial dimensions. At minimum, it must have 4 spatial dimensions. Therefore, Kaguya's spaces themselves must be 4-dimensional spaces at minimum, or at least the gravity dimension must be a 4-dimensional space at minimum, and can possibly be an 11-dimensional space at minimum plus time. Therefore, she scales even higher into universal, going into low complex multiversal. Now, bunch of problems with this. The very short version is that essentially, and we're going to talk about this in more detail and Saria has been very generous in providing us with some clarification as to what all this stuff means if you're not familiar with this stuff, right? The overall argument that Key is making is that since they are supergravity dimensions, they must necessarily be, or the supergravity dimension is a supergravity dimension, it must be like 4 plus spatial dimensions or higher. And in order to really dissect and explain why that doesn't make sense, we're going to have to talk about supergravity and supersymmetry for a second. So I want to explain that, or I want to preface this by saying that I am not a theoretical physicist, I'm not a particle physicist, and I like am in by no means an authority on this subject. This is a pretty niche topic. It's sort of complicated and hard to wrap your head around, at least it was for me. But I did my due diligence and I tried to research it and understand it as best I could, and then condense it down to a form that anybody watching this video could hopefully at least get the gist of. Of course, this is a very, very, very fascinating and interesting piece of information, like a branch of research. So please, if you are even remotely interested in this, please go look it up yourself, do your research, and learn about this because it's really fucking cool. But with our powers combined, I'm going to explain a little bit about supergravity, supersymmetry, and then tie it back to this, and then we can go back and see if what Key was saying is accurate. Let me check up on chat. I know I've been kind of like in the weeds here. Haku's Ice Mirrors, Saria says, oh yeah, thank you again for looking that up, Saria, I appreciate that. Saria says, Haku's Ice Mirror says, a Kekkei Genkai only passed down within Haku's clan. It instantly produces multiple mirrors made of ice in the surrounding area. These mirrors only show the user's reflection and they can travel between them at great speed. Yeah, great speed, I think is, you know, in line with what we talked about before. Ryoman says, Haku is the one light speed argument I 100% agree with. You can argue nobody scales to him, though. Yeah, so I think that, like, if you want to make the argument that specifically while using his mirrors, he is able to effectively move from one mirror to another mirror at effectively the speed of light, there's probably a way to make that argument, and I would probably be okay with it. I just don't think that, like, there are any examples where we see him attacking Naruto and Sasuke where they perceive that and respond to that with him being at the speed of light. In other words, I don't think you can scale Naruto and Sasuke to the speed of light based on that. And I think there's weird implications for the physics of the series where if you do think Haku scales, like that first time where Haku speed blitzes Sasuke and just like shreds him up with the Senbon, if you want to argue that that is a light speed feat, then that's okay. But then just think about what that means for the amount of force that Haku is actually applying to Sasuke. Like, Sasuke's problem is not getting sliced by, you know, a thin shred of his skin being sliced away by a little metal needle. The amount of fucking force that's behind that needle going at the speed of light should be, like, disintegrating him, right? It should be, like, annihilating him, like, ripping fucking subatomic particles off their nucleus or whatever, right? So, I mean, sorry, you can challenge me on that, but basically it should be equivalent to a nuclear explosion going off near him when you actually break down the physics. So that basically means that, like, we have to change the way that we look at physics in the series going forward and just, like, start to recalibrate our expectations of what an actual light speed force feat would look like. So it's fine. Like, if you think you can make that argument and you want to establish that as a baseline, that's fine. But that baseline does then have implications. Like, if we do set that precedent, that does have implications on how we scale things in the future, if that makes sense. Sarah says, if it helps Ryoman, Laser Circuit says, this jutsu is used by Darui, who is able to manipulate both water and lightning. With hands joined together, the user is able to release multiple beams of light and control them at will, allowing them to focus exclusively on a single area and attack simultaneously. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I appreciate you sharing that as well. My interpretation of that is that, like, it's a beam of light in the same way that, like, a lightsaber is a beam of light, right? It's a way of describing the jutsu overall in terms of its gist. But that doesn't mean that, like it is a it's a construct or a container or a, like, substrate that is, like, filled with a light beam, but that doesn't mean that, like, when it starts arcing off towards people, that chakra filled with a light beam is itself moving at the speed of light. It's tricky because, like, intuitively, I understand why somebody would look at that and be like, oh yeah, light beam, speed of light, got it. But I don't think that that's mechanically how it's actually working. And the example that I give before is like saying that a laser gun, you know, in a video game or in something like Star Wars. I know they're called blasters in Star Wars, right? But like if it's a laser gun, you would be like, okay, well, lasers work at the speed of light. But the way that the actual, like, a laser is just light, right? So it would be a light speed attack. But when you watch the way that like laser blasters fire their lasers, they're clearly projectiles that move way slower. They're not like moving at the speed of light literally, even though that's how they're being described semantically. So I think there's some nuance there. But also, I do think it starts to feel a little bit closer to a light speed thing than than fucking the water fang bullet, right? Blaster bolts are actually stated to be light speed like 20 times. Okay, well, I might be wrong about that, but like the way that they're depicted in the movies, they definitely don't seem like they're moving at the speed of light. Of course, our resident Sith Lord can chime in, and if you have any thoughts about how those are represented. But as a metaphor, yeah, you could say that this is a laser gun, right? But the way that laser guns are depicted in physics doesn't always like shoot out a laser beam that looks like a continuous laser beam, like from a laser pointer or something like that, right? Oh, they never bring it up in the films or television shows. Okay, yeah. So as a not exactly a Star Wars connoisseur, then I'm allowed to get away with that one, hopefully. I'll try to think of a better metaphor though. Roman says laser circuits can be argued as light speed. Yeah, I can see the argument there. Darth Magog says, I'm sure there is a Naruto Ninja dictionary, but he's doing a shit job by not properly citing his sources. Yeah, right? Like, that's the thing. Again, like, trying to be humble here, or at least a little bit. Like, it's possible that every single claim that Ki has made in his video is actually correct. But if that's the case, he's undermining his own credibility and undermining his own reliability by not actually volunteering the information in good faith, in my opinion. And not making it easy for people to like fact checked and to collaborate on, if that makes sense. Yeah, I might do that, the image search, and see how that comes out in Google, but I want to evaluate the information at face value. I did try and do like my own like AI translation or whatever off screen, and that like I had it on my phone. The kanji that he's presenting, those 3 kanji, are actually I forget how to say them out loud, but this character over here, like these 2 characters are gravity, and this over here, let's just look into this, right? Like super gravity Jisho, right? If you look up gravity, like these are the 2 things that come up, right? And we see gravity, gravitation, gravitational pull. Those are those 2 characters, right? And if we type in, to be fair, if we type in like super gravity here, so this is kind of interesting, right? If we type in super gravity, we get this whole string over here, right? And if I remember correctly, this specifically means supergravity theory. So let's do this, right? Like, but if you type in this, so if you type this in here, right, this whole string, then it tells you that these 3 characters mean supergravity. But the whole string that we got from Jisho makes me think that these 2 characters specify that it's theory. So let's try this. Okay, yeah, theory. So, and then if I remember correctly, this character means super. And if we go from Japanese, right? Yeah, cho, right? Cho means, oh wait, hang on a second, I got this T. Cho means super. And if we do, like, translate superhuman to Japanese, I think it's like cho ningen, right? Yeah, or cho jin tekina, but I've also seen it as cho ningen. So what I mean, not being a native speaker at fucking all, but just doing a little bit of investigation, it seems to me like this particular character over here is indicating super, sure, but it can also be used to indicate, like, you know, for example, like Superman, right? Superman is a character who has a specific set of abilities and a specific set of traits and stuff like that, right? Superman. Now, if you took a random X-Man or X-person or whatever, you took like a random member of the X-Men organization, you took a Marvel character, you could describe those characters as being superhuman. And if they are male, you could describe them as being a Superman or a super-man. Does that mean that they are Clark Kent? Does that mean that they have all of the attributes and properties and skills, or that they scale to Superman because this guy is a Superman? Obviously not, right? Like, even though the lettering is the same, even though you can write them out the same, based on the context, things can be very different. So I am very, very hesitant and very skeptical when people take individual characters out of context like this and just translate the characters without actually showing like how those characters can be used in other ways and what the overall context of the phrasing is. It's not usually enough to get the full context by just taking the individual characters, which is why I'm trying to look at it from different angles. And the most accurate, the most complete way of presenting this is to refer to it as supergravity theory, right? But that being said, and to specify this over here, I will say though that if you type this into the Japanese version of Wikipedia, so like I just do, if I type this in, I think, obviously I can't quite read it, but like, that, this is going nowhere. One sec. It's super, okay, so yeah, that's interesting, right? So like, I typed in these kanji, right? And then one of the things that I picked here had that cho in it, and it led me to super battleship. So it can just be used to mean super in the sense of superior to. Okay, so when I type this in, it brings me to the actual Japanese page for supergravity. It specifically has these additional kanji at the end, these two things, referring to supergravity theory. So as far as I can tell, based on my knowledge of, like, limited knowledge of the language, if you wanted to write out gravity that is superior, gravity that is greater or higher, you would probably do it by writing out that cho character, this, and then writing out what's on the right of it. In the same way that if you wanted to say that a character is, like cho, this one over here, if you wanted to say that a character was a superhuman, you could say cho ningen. Or if you wanted to say that it was a super battleship, like we would say like cho battleship. This doesn't mean that it's specifically referring to supergravity theory. That's only one very particular, very like shoved in kind of definition that's absent context. So I find that to be pretty misleading, if I'm honest. But we're still going to talk about what supergravity actually is, because I don't want to leave you guys just like hanging and not explain. Like, it gets worse, basically. So hang on. Let me check real quick. So there's even one stating the exact kilometer per hour value for light speed. Oh, that's cool. Darth Magog says, I expect perfection from you, Lord Yagami. Do not fail me with your source. Exactly. I love that stone face is perfect for that too. Some Jedi reacts to that after it's shot in the same instance. Jedi do fly their starfighters at 99% light speeds in sunlight, so I'm not opposed to light speed Jedi reflexes. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's really cool, actually. Ryoman says they're physically faster than light too, not just reflexes. That I would be, a bit more skeptical about, but I would be curious to see what you guys have to say. I'm not going to make any like Star Wars declarations, really. I can't demonstrate that with these datas. That's fair. Saria says, I find your lack of evidentiary substantiation disturbing. Saria says, I'd say yeah, but I also think the same logic we'd have to apply to extreme realism like to Dragon Ball or The Flash. I think it's just easier to use some media literacy, or at least, yeah, of course. I think I agree with you there. I think too many, rather than to analyze a piece of media in the broader context of its existence, they only analyze the events in the story proper in the setting, forgetting that the characters are not real people but vehicles to move the story forward. They do not make their own decisions. Everything they say or do is decided by the writers. it's true that the writers, the good ones at least, have to abide by the rules that they put in place, but ultimately they decide. For that reason, it's very important to distinguish that and use it. That helps find a conclusion and better understand things instead of all the leaps and bounds a lot of scalers use. Yeah, so I mean, like, I'm sort of self-reporting, I guess you could say, or admitting by engaging with this conversation at all that I'm agreeing to the sort of house rules of power scaling, and that, like, by being willing to have conversations about any of this stuff, I'm essentially saying I think it is valid to try to use these tools at least on some level to understand the manga, and it is okay or useful or otherwise proper somehow to actually try to process through the series like this. Now, I have come to believe very firmly in what I think you're saying, which is that, like, we don't need to do any of that shit at all, because ultimately the characters aren't real characters. They don't follow real world rules. They don't necessarily follow consistent logical rules. They're not necessarily depicted consistently. They are appendages to the author's will and the author's whims and storytelling goals and stuff like that. And those can change fluidly at any given time, and they serve a larger meta goal of moving a story forward and conveying themes and messages and stuff like that. They're not simply there to serve as fodder for calculation. And so, in a sense, everything I'm saying is kind of irrelevant, because we're allowed to engage with art however we want, and ultimately we should be looking for the storytelling in the fucking story. But I'm also fascinated by, like, the construction of virtual worlds. It's kind of like what I do for a living, and I am fascinated in hearing people's thoughts and opinions on their interpretations, and then trying to figure out differences between my interpretation and theirs, and trying to resolve misunderstandings. Like, that's all genuinely fun for me. So that's kind of why I'm still doing this. But yeah, hopefully that seems fair. Makok says it's all rule of cool ultimately, so long as the spectacle is supported by with some substance. Yeah. I think that's totally fair to say as well. I think we have to get the fuck out of Kishimoto's way and let him just run his series the way he wants to, without us continually imposing these specific arbitrary house rules, constraints on how his art gets to be interpreted by other people. Okay, so that being said, I think honestly, the easiest way to just address something like this is to be like, motherfucker didn't explain why this is credible, didn't cite his sources for the translations, didn't provide translations that were in context and context appropriate. And actually, if you go through to the end of this section, notice that he never actually refers to the manga. If you go through this entire section, he does include this beautiful depiction of Kaguya. 1 second. Can we get to that?
Although from a different game, we do have the feat of Kaguya destroying an entire world.
Yeah, so we do... I'm sorry, that face is just so fucking goofy. We do get to see this particular version of Kaguya, right? So he's more than happy to actually show, again, uncredited, unsourced footage from this particular version of Kaguya, but we don't ever get to see her supposedly supergravity dimension throughout this entire section. It's never shown, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. I can go through here and double check, but I don't think it's shown in this entire section. It's certainly not shown in the section where he is discussing it specifically. It is briefly shown, like, from the anime, like somewhere later in the video. We kind of recapitulate somewhere around here. So we do see it flash on screen very briefly, but in this section where he's actively talking about it, he has a choice of what source to show to support his argument. And he shows this, and he shows this. He doesn't actually show the manga. If we look in the manga, we can see that it is a supergravity dimension because it is a dimension where there is more fucking gravity. We have two direct statements of characters saying that it is a heavy gravity dimension and a heavy gravity plane. And if you want to actually get a translation that's helpful, go ahead and get a translation of these pages. Get translations from the primary source. Again, this is yet another example of people working extremely fucking hard to just stay the fuck away from the manga, because if they can hoodwink you into thinking these external sources are somehow more valid than the works of the author himself, then they can control the narrative and make you feel like you don't even ever need to go check. Well, I checked, and this is what I found. That being said, let's not be shitty. Let's not just dismiss the argument out of hand, because that's not fun. Let's try to hear him out when he says that these are supergravity dimensions. Does that make any sense? What actually is supergravity, and what does it mean if one of her gravities is one of her fucking dimensions is a supergravity dimension? Okay, so I am going to do this. Saria over here has already provided us with a beautiful explanation of how this works. If you're watching this back and you want to just like skip to this part or just pause and read through this, I'm going to scroll through kind of slowly here so you get a chance to pause and read this. You can read this before I talk. I'm going to give full credit and full thanks and appreciation to Saria for writing all of this stuff out. Very generous of you. Before I rely on that, I'm going to do my best to explain what I learned about supergravity this week. So this is my book report on supergravity, and sorry, you feel free to correct me, let me know if I'm getting anything wrong. Apologies in advance to anybody out there who actually knows physics, but the point of me trying to do this is that, like, you don't need to fucking take a course in experimental physics or particle physics to understand motherfucking Naruto, and you don't need to do so to be able to understand when people are misleading you about those things in a discussion about Naruto, and how fucking bizarre it is that we're reaching for things like Wikipedia articles on theoretical physics instead of reaching for the fucking manga. That's really what I'm trying to emphasize here. But okay, let's start by saying that pretty much everybody here knows about gravity. Even if you don't know what it is or like how it works or like the math that explains it, we all know that gravity is a thing. Gravity pulls things together, keeps us stuck to the earth, keeps the earth going around the sun, right? Gravity is a thing. This is very, very well established. Okay, now that being said, if we want to learn about the universe and we want to try to come up with a theory that explains everything in the universe, we want to try to genuinely understand what is at the core of how everything in the universe works. Well, gravity has to be a part of that, right? And thankfully, this guy you might have heard of called Einstein comes along, and he creates a series of equations and a theory and a framework to help us understand what gravity is. That's called general relativity. General relativity is a fancy way of saying this what gravity do, this how gravity work. Okay, I'm not gonna write out equations for you. I'm not gonna expect you to know any math. I don't even know that I could do it justice. All you need to know is that general relativity explains gravity. Now, this is very useful for explaining big stuff like planets, big stuff like moons, big stuff like black holes, and also big stuff like us. But there is, of course, a very teeny tiny world made up of teeny tiny things on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. You know, if you zoom way out into the universe, you get things that are the size of like black holes that are at the center of entire galaxies, and you get galactic clusters and stellar nurseries and all these massive things. Well, if you zoom down, you get just as much vastness and intricacy on a micro level. And the problem with gravity as a theory, or like general relativity as a theory, is that it's very, very good at explaining the macro things. But once you start getting down to the quantum level, once you start getting down to things that are very, very teeny tiny, the math doesn't work anymore. So even though gravity is true, even though general relativity is true and extremely well substantiated, once you get down to quantum mania, once you get down to the quantum level, the equations just don't give you the results that you want. So we can't come up with a theory of everything. We can't come up with a total explanation of the universe until we figure out how to explain what's happening at the teeny level. Meanwhile, simultaneously, people were working at stuff on the teeny level. And of course, our bodies, the perfect image here. This person is not happy about being included in my fucking petty Naruto video. But this person over here is like we are. Ours made out of trillions of cells. In the same way that there are trillions and billions of stars in the galaxy, well, every single person has trillions of cells in them, right? Those cells are made up of molecules. The molecules are made up of particles, or individual particles, and then the particles are made up of subatomic particles. So the scale goes down in the other direction. And like I said before, the math for gravity doesn't really work on stuff at this level. So we need a new mathematical framework, we need a new understanding, and a different set of equations that helps us understand this stuff. Now, this is called the Standard Model. You don't need to worry about what all these things are just yet. Don't need to worry about all these like Greek letters and all that shit. You don't have to understand any of that to talk about Naruto. All you need to understand is that the standard model over here is to this stuff, to the little teeny particles, as is general relativity to the big stuff. The standard model is our way of using math and like equations and such to understand things on a very tiny scale in a similar way to how we use general relativity to understand things on a big scale, right? So there is, however, a catch with that. That currently, the standard model divides things into two groups, and basically divides the teeny tiny particles inside atoms and stuff like that into fermions and bosons, which basically just means like things that are matter particles and things that are force particles. So when you get way deep down into like what's actually in an atom, they're basically made out of two things. They're made out of things that are, I don't want saying solid or ethereal is like one very vague, very fanciful way to put it, but basically there are things that are like building blocks of matter, and then there are forces. There are things that affect those building blocks of matter, pull on them, push them, get exchanged by them. And at the moment, we have all of the matter particles. Oh yeah, by the way, check out this video. It does an amazing job of explaining it. I really got a lot out of this video. Supersymmetry explained visually on Science Click English. Check that out, please. So this video overall, this grouping over here puts all of the matter particles over here and all of the force particles over here. But that's a problem, right? Because if what we're trying to do in physics is look for a grand unified theory of everything, or like a model that explains everything in the universe, well, now we've just kind of recreated the same problem, right? We have relativity over here, and we have the standard model, but they don't really connect because we can't use gravity to like do the math on the small stuff. But now within the standard model, now we have this shit over here, the force particles, and we have this shit over here, the matter particles, and they're not connected either. So now we have another problem that's in our way if we want to solve for the theory of everything. So now comes along this idea called supersymmetry. Supersymmetry is a way of trying to resolve this stumbling block of finishing the standard model, so to speak. It's a way of trying to connect the bosons to the fermions. It's a way of trying to say that actually these aren't two completely separate things that have nothing to do with each other, but they're actually analogous to one another. They're symmetrical, they're reflected. So for every fermion, for every matter particle, there's a corresponding boson. For every boson, for every force particle, there's a corresponding fermion, and they're connected. They're reflections of one another, right? They're pairs. And that is what we call supersymmetry. Supersymmetry, not really all that scary a concept. It's not really all that complicated. At its core, it just means that every type A particle has a type B counterpart and vice versa. That these things here under the hood in the true inner fabric of the universe are not completely separate different things, but they're actually two different sides of the same coin. Now, keeping in mind that right now we haven't actually proven supersymmetry to be true. Supersymmetry is a theoretical framework. Supersymmetry is a concept. It's a hypothesis. It's a hypothesis that has had a lot of evaluation, a lot of tests, a lot of experiments, and it's something that we will create like hypothetical models to help us evaluate. For example, we might say like, okay, we think that supersymmetry would be true in a four-dimensional universe. If the universe had four dimensions and supersymmetry were true, what would it look like? Well, it would look like this. Okay, well, let's take this and put it into some equations and see if we can prove this to be true. Oh, well, it turns out that we can't. Okay, so we ruled that out. Now let's try tweaking it. What about a fifth dimension? What about a sixth dimension? What do those individual dimensions look like? And so basically, the supersymmetry theory is this body of evidence and this set of principles and experiments and investigations that we can do to better understand this stuff, but it's not proven yet. It's stuff that we're still currently working on. So it doesn't really make sense to describe something as being a supersymmetry dimension any more than it makes sense to describe like your fridge as a supersymmetry fridge or my face as a supersymmetry face, because we haven't yet figured out what supersymmetry actually is, in the sense of like, well, we know what it means. It means like symmetry between fermions and bosons, but we don't know what form it will take or what the actual equations are that demonstrate it to be true. So ultimately, the goal is we're kind of like, I don't know if we're like done with gravity, but we're basically done with it for the purposes of this conversation. We need to figure out supersymmetry within the standard model. Once we've solved for supersymmetry and supersymmetry is proven, then what we do is we take supersymmetry together and we put it together with gravity, and we have a theory that combines general relativity and supersymmetry together in one big conjoined theory that explains, ideally, hopefully, everything in the universe. With a couple exceptions. There's stuff like, I think, about neutrinos that still haven't been solved, and like dark matter and stuff like that. But like, basically, this is the idea. Supersymmetry gets us one massive step closer to a theory of everything, and then fusing supersymmetry with gravity also gets us one massive leap closer. And that's what supergravity is. Okay, so just to be very, very clear, to try and summarize all that as succinctly as possible, supergravity is not extra gravity. Supergravity is not mega ultra gravity 2.0. Supergravity is not some extra mega super special turbo Street Fighter Championship 2 edition starring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. It's just the theory of gravity, of general relativity, and also the theory of supersymmetry put together in a larger super theoretical framework. That's where the super in supergravity comes from. It comes from supersymmetry, and that's where the super in supersymmetry comes from. There are different forms of symmetry, you know, like we don't have to get into like all the different versions of symmetry, but basically this supersymmetry refers to this arrangement. So describing what the fuck happened here? Describing Kaguya's dimension as a supergravity dimension is basically just like describing her dimension as a theory dimension. It's like saying Kaguya created a dimension where a bunch of really smart people figured out some really good math and demonstrated that that space that she created fits within a yet as of yet unknown mathematical model that describes the universe. Keeping in mind that supergravity, as I understand it, doesn't necessarily imply any particular number of dimensions, spatially or otherwise. Because we haven't figured out supersymmetry yet, we also haven't figured out supergravity. Therefore, we also haven't figured out how many dimensions supergravity would require to be true. That also means that we don't know what the nature of supergravity dimensions actually are. So like there's this assumption that, okay, if we go from dimension 1 to dimension 2, the second dimension is more complex and like bigger, vaster than dimension 2, because we go from having a straight line to now having a square. And obviously you could describe a square as like infinite subdivisions of straight lines. We go from having a square to having a cube. You could describe a cube as infinite subdivisions of squares, etc. So we think of each additional dimension as like an extrapolation and evolution, like a higher form of the previous dimension with more complexity that encapsulates the lower dimension. But as I understand it, within supergravity and supersymmetry, there may also be teeny tiny dimensions that are much smaller, that are sort of folded in, that look very different than what we might imagine like a tesseract or some shit to be, right? So at the end of the day, none of this points to Kaguya's spaces having a viable working model of supergravity whatsoever, right? The term supergravity doesn't, in terms of supergravity theory, doesn't apply to her dimension, as I understand it. Now that I've said that, let's actually hear from an actual fucking physicist and see what she has to say, because she knows more about it than I do. So again, all credit goes to Saria here. Thank you so much for sharing this. I'm going to read out her explanation. I might stop a couple of times, but basically let's see if I was able to successfully encapsulate like what she said. Saria says supersymmetry is like the idea that all particles in nature come in pairs. Every matter particle has an unseen force particle partner, and every force particle has a matter-like partner. Okay, I think I basically got that. In normal physics, matter and forces are completely separate categories, right? Like over here. But supersymmetry links them together almost like each particle has a doppelganger with the same identity but a different spin. Yes, I love that. I forgot to mention spin, but yes. This idea is important because it fixes several problems in basic string theory, such as the fact that strings originally only produced force-type particles and predicted unstable particles, tachyons. I didn't really talk much about string theory either. I'm not going to get into that much either because I don't like fully understand it. But basically, if I kind of get it right, the idea is that all of these particles, at their core, like inside them, they're actually composed of little teeny tiny strings, and the strings can take on a few different forms, and based on like the orientation of the string and the way in which the string vibrates, it gives rise to all these different particles. So like the string is like the single most basic, most ineffable, like smallest thing that you can have in the universe, and that string itself is what is basically manifesting in all these different forms and permutations, and that's where we get like everything from. I'm doing a really bad job explaining it, but that's like vaguely correct, I think. Saria says, by adding supersymmetry, strings are allowed to vibrate in both matter-like and force-like ways, stabilizing the theory and making it mathematically consistent. Yeah, so depending on how they vibrate, a string may either appear as a matter particle or as a force particle, but in the end, it's the concept of the string that ties those things together. So they're not like totally separate. They're just different reflections or manifestations of the same underlying phenomenon. Supersymmetry is basically the rule that completes the picture, allowing string theory to describe both matter and forces in a unified way. I guess that's what I should have said from the start. And then, of course, he will never be Gustav. Let's never forget that. That's the most important thing. So continuing. If you already wrapped your head around the basic idea of string theory, tiny vibrating strings that replace point-like particles, then sussy, or supersymmetry theory, which I'm now going to call sussy, is kind of like the next big patch update. In the usual standard model, everything comes in two flavors: bosons, force carriers like photons and gluons, and fermions, matter particles like electrons and quarks, right? That division that we were talking about before. They're totally different kinds of things with totally different rules. I just saw that. Yeah, we're all nerds here. We're all in good company here, Saria. And your nerdery is very helpful and genuinely very appreciated. They're totally different kinds of things with totally different rules. String theory in its earliest form had a problem. The strings naturally produced bosons, but not fermions. That's like trying to build a universe with only light and magnetism, but no actual matter. Pretty awkward. So physicists asked, what if we force the math of strings to also include a kind of motion that behaves like fermions? And that's where supersymmetry comes in. Supersymmetry basically says every boson has a partner that's a fermion, and every fermion has a partner that's a boson. Think of it like I fucking love this. Think of it like a cosmic buddy system. Electrons to selectrons, quarks to squarks. By the way, squark is going to be the name of my firstborn child if I ever have one. Photon to photino, gluon to gluinos, and gravitons to gravitinos. None of these particles have been, or partners have been found yet, but mathematically they even out the theory. So, supersymmetry solves the string theory only gives bosons problem by saying, fine, every boson gets a fermion twin. Done. This leads to string theory just feeling more natural in the long run. Strings vibrate, and each vibration pattern corresponds to a particle. When you make the string equation supersymmetric, you're basically giving the strings two types of vibrations. One kind that behaves boson-like, the other kind that behaves fermion-like. And so, again, like, I'm probably not fully encapsulating it, but the idea being that at its core, under the hood, there is this one unified kind of central thing, being the string, and depending on the behavior of the string, that behavior is what gives rise to the appearance and properties of the fermions and the bosons. But at the end of the day, it's the strings that are kind of connecting everything. Both come from the same underlying string. It's like giving another brilliant analogy, by the way. It's like giving a guitar string two modes, a normal plucked sound, bosonic, and a hidden harmonic that can only show up if you pluck it in a special way. Really, really cool analogy. And as a guitar person, I really enjoy that as well. Both come from the same underlying string, you're just allowing it to vibrate along extra mathematical channels. Basically, supersymmetry is the idea that nature uses the same fundamental string to generate both matter and forces. Yes, okay, that makes so much sense. Now for the thing that will probably be important for this stream, the extra spatial dimensions. I had to give all that other information because it's necessary. Yeah, that's why I don't consider this the app. You know, maybe some people don't like it, maybe some people don't want to go over it. That's totally fine. It's not for everybody, but I find it really important to establish the context for this stuff, right? So, string theory doesn't just... Oh, wait, sorry. A lot of the reasons scalars tend to just use this kind of science randomly is because they just do a quick Google search and don't understand exactly what they're seeing into just higher dimensions. Anyway, string theory doesn't work in 3D space plus time. The math demands 10 dimensions for superstring theory, or 11 for M theory. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about M theory too. That's really cool stuff too. Why? The short, honest answer: the equations fall apart unless the universe has more room for the strings to wiggle in. Strings need these extra dimensions to vibrate in all the ways needed to generate the full zoo of particles. With only 3D space, the vibrations get restricted, the theory becomes inconsistent, and tachyons appear. Those imaginary mass type things you mentioned on Thursday, yes. So physicists say, fine, maybe the extra dimensions are real, just extremely tiny and curled up. Imagine an incredibly thin power cable. From far away, it looks like a one-dimensional line. But if you zoom in, you'll see its thickness, a whole extra dimension wrapped tightly around it. That's basically how the universe hides 6 extra spatial dimensions. They're curled up so small below the Planck length, we can't probe them. This is the cool part, though. The shape of the curled up dimensions determines the masses of the particles, their charges, how forces behave, and what kinds of particles can even exist. This is fucking mind-blowing, and I need to sit with this because I'm like kind of getting it, but also like I think the implications for what this actually means are like kind of staggering, and it's one of those things that I'm still kind of waiting to fully sink into my brain. Supersymmetry works like a cosmic stabilizer. It prevents the extra dimensions from collapsing, tearing, or randomly changing shape, which would break the laws of physics as we know them. Supersymmetry is the duct tape that keeps the hidden dimensions from blowing up the mathematical machinery, and without it, the geometry of the tiny 6-dimensional space becomes unstable, and the universe would fluctuate too wildly to support consistent physics. This is basically in support of physicists and scientists educators who use the flatland. Oh yeah, we talked about flatland previously. The flatland higher dimensional being appears omnipotent to lower dimensional observers idea I told you about before. When physicists talked about higher spatial dimensions in string theory or M theory, they're not making poetic analogies. The math literally requires those dimensions, and the way strings vibrate in them determines physical reality. So, the idea that higher dimensional structure affects lower dimensional physics is absolutely legitimate. That's great. That's really awesome to hear about. Seriously. This is already baked into real concepts like, and I'm going to pretend that I know any of this shit, Kaluza-Klein theory, brain world models. I did learn a little bit about brains, actually. ADS-CFD holographic duality or compactified Calabi-Yau manifolds. I'm sure I pronounced that all perfectly and understand it perfectly. Let's just move on before anybody has a chance to check. These frameworks explicitly say a lower dimensional observer experiences only a projection of a higher dimensional geometry. This isn't just sci-fi. The geometry alone guarantees it. Higher dimensional beings would appear omnipotent to us. A being with access to a higher spatial dimension could enter a locked room without opening the door. So this is the shit that I find really cool, right? They could open a locked room without opening the door. They'd step around the 3D boundary by taking a shortcut through the 4th dimension. They could see inside closed shapes. A 4D being would likely see your entire 3D body at once, every angle, organ, side simultaneously. So that makes a lot of sense, and that I think can lend to like very neatly to the like omnipotent descriptor. And if Shibai winds up being kind of like this, like fitting this description, then I think people who want to use multiple dimensions to kind of explain the series will be able to, if they actually understand this, they'll be able to use information like this to actually enhance their understanding of just how powerful Shibai is. Because without any understanding on this, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around, and it's kind of hard to like actually draw up a model to share with other people what this actually means. And it's, I think, more complex and more interesting, and in a way more powerful than just man, very good, strong, very yes, make very big boom, more space mean bigger boom, blow up more space because big boom. It's like so much fucking cooler than that. I don't really care if somebody can make a super duper ultimate mega nuke. That's whatever to me. But if they're so far beyond our understanding and our perception that they can literally just perceive like the entirety of our reality as something that they can casually step around, like physical barriers just no longer even appear like, you know, relevant to them. Like that opens up an entirely new way of perceiving these characters and gives them an entirely new playground in which to influence their universe that I think is just far more interesting than big kaboom, you know? So, Saria says, could see inside closed shapes. Yep. Could appear and vanish instantly. Really, they're just shifting position along a dimension we couldn't detect. Yes. None of that violates physics if higher dimensions exist. It's exactly how dimensional projection works. This is why physicists like Michio Kaku, Brian Greene, and Lisa Randall all use these analogies. They're not hand-waving, they're describing actual mathematical consequences of higher dimensional space. All that said, now you can imagine the absolute... Yeah, exactly. You can imagine the absolute chaos that would ensue if beings like True Demise from Zelda or Darkseid from from DC decided to barge in on the three-dimensional spaces of their worlds. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you for giving that TED Talk, Saria. It really is genuinely helpful. It's genuinely very interesting and fascinating stuff, and I think it actually enhances like our understanding of like the potential like power cliff or limit or ceiling, the power ceiling for higher dimensional beings. It's actually really cool and really helpful to have this information available and to just be able to talk about it, because if we're going to go ahead and say that Kaguya is a being that is capable of creating and interacting with fourth dimensional spaces, like fourth spatial dimensional spaces or even higher, then it actually makes her way fucking cooler than just being somebody who can just blow up the space. Like, it totally like shifts the magnitude of how fucking awesome her like godliness is with respect to other characters, if that makes sense. So this is super fucking cool. So let me catch up on chat real quick, and then I want to kind of end the stream by tying this all together back to the key video, right? So Darth Magog says, yep, well done, young apprentice. Yes, she did a really awesome fucking job with this. Like, big love to Saria for all the help here. Magog says supersymmetry and supergravity are just symmetry and gravity that are vulnerable to kryptonite. Yes, exactly. I'm glad that Superman reference wound up, or analogy wound up working out. Saria says, no, I agree with you. I'm just saying that if more people scaled while asking, what did the author have in mind while writing this, they'd probably be a bit closer to the truth. Yeah, 100%. 100% with you there. I'm not saying scaling and understanding the world or any of that is bad. I'm saying maybe the reason people tend to lose the plot is because they stop asking that question. Yes, yeah, it's a tool and it's a lens that can be helpful to understand what, understand a story, understand a narrative, understand character, understand plot, right? It's like, you know, let's not lose the plot by using this tool that's supposed to help us understand the plot, right? I think we're on the same page about that. Like, if somebody believes faster than light Naruto, says Saria, I wouldn't blame them for it, especially in the Boruto era with the novels Delta, etc. But I mean, multiversal, like, people actually unironically thinking that Madara is outputting the energetic equivalent of millions or even thousands of entire universes of energy inside the physical brains of people is just fucking bizarre. Like, at the very least, it's incurious, and it doesn't really explain how that would even work in terms of the rules of the universe. It's just like this very hand wavy, like, oh yeah, totally, it says it, so it is, you know, it's, you know, we're on the same page about that, I'm sure. Is that the kind of story the author is trying to write? It's easier to see that with Kurumada, even when they say gold knights are faster than light, but Seiya and the gang take like 15 chapters to reach Athena. It's because of story. He wants them to be faster than light, but he won't sacrifice the plot to show that they are at all times. Same with Dragon Ball. Yeah, and you can... That's the thing. Like, I think we as power scalers try to force these very specific, very rigid, very literalist interpretations of the source material so that we can pinpoint like arguments that are beneficial to our perspective, or even just to like, get some fucking clarity and consistency. Not saying that we're all trying to manipulate each other or whatever, but just to like try to get something that is definitive. But the nature of the narrative, the story itself, might not actually be amenable to that kind of perspective, to that kind of paradigm. It might just be that the author wants to have a universe that is more fluid and variable and is not beholden to any one particular perspective or any one particular lens, right? Kishimoto does power scaling in his universe, and that he sets up characters to be weaker or stronger and relative in ways that make sense. That doesn't mean he's using VSB, motherfuckers. Like, you know, he's not scaling it conveniently for you based on your arbitrary metrics. And he's under no obligation, or any author is under any obligation to follow your specific homebrew rules, right? So that's, I think, where people tend to lose the plot, literally and figuratively. And if the story needs to come along and completely shit all over all of the previous power scaling to work, then who fucking cares? You know, like, I guess if you feel like it undermines the credibility of the world building, that's one thing. You know, you don't want to totally ruin everything. If you build up Goku to be able to like lift up the earth, and then all of a sudden in one chapter he's struggling to lift up like a 10-pound dumbbell, and you don't have any explanation for that, then that's going to be fucking weird. But, you know, so you need to address stuff like that. But that also doesn't mean that, like, motherfuckers have to take out a protractor and measure every single frame in order to adhere to this extremely rigorous standard of mathematical proficiency to tell a story about gay ninjas who are gay. You know, that's what it boils down to. Sorry. Trunks shouldn't have taken as long as he did to save his grandparents. He's faster than light, but it took him like 5 minutes to get from Korin's lookout to the briefs. Oh, Goku Farapu. Yeah, it's another great example. We were talking about that in Boruto as well. Like, okay, fine. If you think that these characters are faster than light, here they are not even able to travel like 20 clicks in under a minute while searching for people at an extremely critical life or death moment. So, I mean, take your pick. Like, either they're light speed, but only when in very, very specific circumstances where nothing else is going on and they're just allowed to be light speed freely, and it never actually factors into combat or into any practical like sense, or they're just not light speed. Go take your pick, whatever. Like it's the same difference to me, right? Okay, well, you say holy yap. I hope you're not like, I hope I didn't like bore you with my or like talk too much, but like I was really excited to talk about this stuff. Oh, no, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I asked you for help with this, and you gave me a lot of very detailed help, and you spent a long time with it. So there's no fault. I'm grateful, genuinely. Sorry says, yes, I agree. That's what makes higher dimensional being so cool. I wish more stories did it. Yes, exactly. It's such a cool space to play in, which is part of why I'm fucking pissed. It's because of the missed opportunity, but I'll get to that in just a second. Darth Magog says, LOL, Madara's casual existence would melt the solar system by default if he could out that amount of energy. Yeah, I mean, like, think about it this way. Like, he's reflecting it. He's harnessing the light of the moon in order to do this as well, which means that, like, he can't do this with his own ability. He needs to use the moon as a conduit in order to make this happen. So he's somehow able to convey the energy into the minds of all of these people and fish and frogs and cats and dogs and boars and like deer and whatever the fuck else, right? He's able to do that while only using the light that happens to, like, he's able to take the limited cone of light that's shining from the moon off of the sun onto the earth to generate entire universes worth of entire suns and galaxies full of billions of suns. I have questions. I just a couple follow-up questions, Cheech. Magog says, honestly, anything beyond planet busting gets pretty ridiculous and isn't beneficial to a story 9 times out of 10. I guess it depends on the story. Like fucking Gurren Lagann, I think it fits in quite nicely. But yeah, in a universe where characters can still cut each other and kill each other with like knives, fucking planet busting bullshit doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. Like, it's just one of those things where, like, again, put it in context, right? Okay, so these characters are powerful enough to be able to output the energetic equivalent of overcoming the binding energy of quintillions, tens of quintillions of black holes, thousands, if not millions of times over, but they're running around with little knives and trying to stab each other. What the fuck are you talking? What are those fucking knives made of? Like transcendental universe breaking fucking omni metal that was forged in the heart of a dying multiverse? Like, what the fuck? Either you're off your rocker, or all of these shinobi are fucking dumb as hell running around with dinky little metal weapons. Like, it just, Madara is still running around, and like Tobirama and shit, like, while the Ten Tails is active, they're running around trying to poke each other with sticks. It's like so fucking stupid. Sorry, says, yeah, the Fish Dream Universe. That's still my fucking favorite thumbnail by a country mile. Like my face when I tried Tsukuyomi a trillion fish. It's so fucking good. Okay, so we're almost at the 4-hour mark. I can feel my throat slowly dying of yappery. So I want to tie this all together. Why am I taking up your time talking about fucking supergravity and fundamental particles and bosons and shit, and lecturing you about this coming off a YouTube video about Naruto? Well, the reason is because this shit is actually really interesting. Creating a fictional universe and establishing rules for that fictional universe and like making them consistent and making them compelling is a really cool, unique, and interesting challenge. And maintaining that over 10, 20, however many years, maybe going on 30 years now, and across dozens of incarnations of like movies and novels and video game spin-offs and all this different shit, is a really fascinating and interesting and intriguing challenge and thing to be engaged in. I think it is worth studying, and I think if we're going to study it, we should do so in an intellectually honest way. We should collect evidence and present it and share it with each other in a fair way that credits other people for their hard work and empowers people and encourages people to pursue more knowledge on their own so that they can give back to us, we can give back to each other, and keep the discussion moving forward in a positive way. That way we appreciate the art itself even more. We honor, like, we show respect to all of the people who are invested in making the universe come to life, not just the individual person who came up with the initial concept and sketches and stuff, but every single human who has contributed something to all those games and novels. Everybody from like the person who like put in the color orange on Naruto's jacket or whatever, to the fucking marketing executives that promoted the game. Everybody who's contributed to the universe, we owe them a little something, a little bit of gratitude to try to represent and discuss and appreciate their universe that they put that time and effort into accurately. That's how I feel about it. Also, particle physics, theoretical physics, these are human beings who are dedicating their lives to investigating maybe some of the most important, challenging, and complex and weird things about our universe. They may make discoveries that we benefit from without having to put in any fucking effort at all, that fundamentally change the way that we experience the universe. You know, let's say that there is a god that exists and that god is hiding out in the fourth dimension. Who do you think is going to be like the people who discover it? Like me, who's sitting here like talking about fucking Naruto for hours on end, or the people who are actually doing this work, like looking into the searching for the God particle, searching for the grand unified theory of everything, like going through this incredibly laborious and difficult process of trying to figure out questions that might have no answers, trying to strain and strive against the limitations of humanity itself and our potential like ability to perceive and understand the universe, and saying, no, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep trying to dig deeper and understand this stuff better and better for those who come after, right? For the benefit of mankind. People spend their entire lives dedicated to a problem that they might not solve, just to leave one little link behind that somebody else might pick up the torch and keep going forward. That's honestly, like, I know I'm getting a little intense here or whatever, but that's honestly like one of the most beautiful fucking things about the human race and about society. Is just our ability to dedicate ourselves that and of course, as I'm saying this, I read Saria saying dream sweats profusely in dream fish sweats. And so I fucking love doing these streams with you guys, because we have this perfect interaction of these little moments. If there's a god that exists, he's swimming in a cosmic void filled with nothing but fish sweat. Yes, I agree. Magog also says, any universe where they're limited to one planet busting is hard limit if you ask me. That's fair. I'm not going to contest that for sure. Anyway, all this is just to say that, like, if you're a Naruto content creator and you have an audience of, like, even a couple of people, you have an opportunity to bring up the concept of something like supersymmetry and supergravity. What a cool fucking concept. What an amazing interaction between, like, this fun, like, anime art or manga art and this rather niche specialized form of physics. What a great opportunity to educate people and to learn and educate yourself about both of those things. And I feel like videos like this and like some stuff that other folks like Noodles and Sage have done are completely fundamentally antithetical to all of that. It's disrespectful towards physics and the people who are working hard in the realm of physics to represent their shit like this. It's disrespectful towards the manga. It's disrespectful towards the community. It's disrespectful towards the translators. It's disrespectful towards yourself and towards the audience, because you are not actually... And again, let me just like underscore this. Throughout this entire section, we're on fucking Wikipedia articles, you know, about the fucking pure 4D n equals 1 supergravity and shit like that, which I haven't even gotten to that shit yet. We're going to cut ourselves off tonight. But like, you know... Now we're on this Wikipedia page talking about, and it's kind of interesting to see which things are highlighted here, right? Did we talk about supercharge? Did we talk about super multiplet? super multiplets? Do we talk about like fucking Einstein Hilbert actions? Do we talk about the Raritas Finger actions? Do we talk about the cosmological constant, right? Like, did we actually get any explanation of any of this shit? No. We got a flash of the shit. How long is this even on page? This is on page for like 1, 2, 3 seconds. This is on the screen for, again, getting up to like 5 seconds. Okay, so we got 5 seconds of a still of a crop out of a Wikipedia page. You know what we didn't fucking get? We didn't fucking get the actual fucking manga. At no point in this video did we actually see these panels of these characters saying this. So I part of this is me just trying to understand what the fucking point of any of this is. Like, seriously. Who benefits from this? Who gets anything out of this? Who actually winds up having their experience and understanding and entertainment enhanced by like staying the fuck away from the manga as vehemently as possible, and instead of trying to understand the manga by reading the manga, like skimming through Wikipedia pages that you're clearly not even diving that deep into, and like very vaguely skimming over a paltry and incomplete and kind of misleading summary of supergravity. And again, I tried to be succinct, even though I've been talking about this for like over an hour. I rehearsed this shit, and there's just no way to do it. There's no way to like. I mean, obviously there are people who are better at being succinct and more focused than I am. I'm not saying that like I did the best possible job by any fucking means, to be clear. But like, you have to care more. You have to be more curious. You have to be willing to try to tie things together in a way that actually like promotes a better understanding of this stuff, instead of just picking and choosing from like different like small subdivisions and then misrepresenting everything and doing everybody a disservice, including yourself. I don't understand. Again, why? Just to give the middle finger to some fucking One Piece or Bleach fan? Fuck it. Who cares what they think? Let them have it kind of sucks if other people are being unfair to us and like stomping down on our favorite franchise. It sucks to be the bullied kid who feels like they're not cool and like people aren't like giving you the respect that you deserve. That sucks. You know how we can gain some of that respect? By, I don't know, being fucking honest and straightforward, by understanding the limitations of the universe that we represent, by being like detailed and thoughtful and respectful, by actually like building a community that's based on genuine understanding and sharing of information and like free crediting, by elevating each other instead of competing with each other, by collaborating and corroborating each other and like reviewing each other's work to try and help each other to be better instead of putting each other down, by like, I don't know, as just a random suggestion to no one in particular, maybe if somebody tries to engage with you in a conversation in good faith, maybe not screaming racial and homophobic slurs at them, if somebody tries to provide you with some gentle feedback to engage you in your work as a sign of respect for your work, maybe don't immediately accuse them of being a blatant liar and try to just ad hominem and shut down the whole fucking conversation. Maybe if somebody expresses an interest in your work and watches it over and over again and really dedicates themselves and also gives you fucking money to support your endeavors, right, and contributes to your community and tries to engage with you in a good faith conversation about like, hey, here's how I think we could expand on this. Maybe don't like shut them down and like low-key gaslight them and just say, well, I could still win this argument via likelihood, so I don't have to do the research, and actively discourage other people from developing an understanding of the subject matter that you yourself accept money from other people to help them better understand. Just as a suggestion, just as like a vague, I don't know, directed at nothing in particular idea of maybe how we can make ourselves look better than One Piece fans and Bleach fans. Or maybe we can stop being immature like fucking petty little gremlins and just accept that other people are allowed to like different things. And if they're not willing to meet us, if we can't share with them what's genuinely beautiful and wonderful and inspiring and awesome and cool and badass about Naruto, if they're not willing to like meet us where we're at and just like appreciate Naruto for what it is, then that's their fucking fault and their fucking problem. They're missing out, and they're going to like, have to suffer the consequences of being incurious bastards themselves. And we don't have to lie to each other or to ourselves in order to cope with that. Let them deal with that shit. Oh my god. I can't believe that this is still such a thing. And I've covered maybe 4 minutes of this 19-minute video. Also, as a general request to the whole fucking community, please stop gish galloping. Please, if you're gonna make a point, like, spend time on it. I would much rather talk to somebody for 4 hours about, believe it or not, I would much rather have a like another debate with somebody about Jiraiya killing 5 paths of pain, as an example, and just like spend 5 hours resolving that if we could actually resolve it, so that we could shake hands and just be like, okay, now we figured this out together as a community. Doesn't care who was right or wrong. We just got to a resolution, and we can write that down and pass that off for those who come after, right? Like, that would be extremely fucking satisfying to me. Because if we can do that, if we can identify one thing at a time and just focus on it, you know, then we can start building like this database of knowledge and understanding and sharing that with people. That's how we move forward. That's how we get to better ideas and understanding. Anyway, this is a cool picture. I like Kaguya. I like her weird squishy forehead, eyeball in her forehead, and her horns. She's a good kind of type of. I'm so fucking tired, bro. Okay, so I'm gonna check chat. I think I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. Maybe next time we'll talk about this cutie over here, and we'll we'll move on. Let me check chat real quick. If there's a God that exists, yeah. I love Hilbert actions. The Einstein-Hilbert action is just the action that gets you the field equations when you vary the metric, by the way. Oh, no, don't worry about, like helping yourself or whatnot. Like, I'm genuinely very interested in that stuff. So I'll try to learn more about it. Are you not familiar with the term gish gallop? Gish galloping is like, there was a debater, like I think a Christian apologist debater with the last name of Gish, and the way that he would debate would be to use this technique where he would essentially, like, I'm just going to make some shit up. This is probably a bad example, but like, you know, the earth is flat because we know that science lies and science is biased, and they keep information away from us in universities. And anyway, you can't do the math, and like, this theory is wrong and that theory is wrong, and this math was a fake and that was a hoax. And by the way, did you know that the earth actually does this thing and it's actually spinning in this direction? And the firmament, the stars we see through it's basically shotgunning, right? Like, it's like in a formal debate, you'll have like a 5-minute block of time, and Gish would basically spend that entire 5 minutes shotgunning as many fucking points as he possibly could and just get all of these points out. And not only was he using so many individual points, it was that each of the individual points was such a bold, provocative statement that takes so long to unpack and address if you're actually engaging with good faith. If I were to say, like, you know, Hashirama is the strongest shinobi because wood style is invincible, and he also has sage mode, and sage mode is the strongest mode that you can go into, and combining those two different things, that basically he can use a Kekkei Genkai, and Kekkei Genkai's users are the strongest in the series, and if he can use wood style, he can probably use other Kekkei Genkai, which means he can use, like, you know what I mean? Like, each of those things are like, whoa. What is a Kekkei Genkai? How do they work? What is wood style? What gives it its properties? Like, everything I said could be a whole ass video in and of itself, right? And so the point isn't just to like take up all the oxygen in the room. The point isn't just to overwhelm your opponent. It's specifically to make claims that are much easier to just say than they are to substantiate and to fulfill. And so then you leave your opponent holding the bag, and then they have to say, like, okay, well, let's talk about Kekkei Genkai, and then they spend their whole 5 minutes trying to respond to one of your 50 points. And then at the end of that, you can just go, oh, well, you didn't even really address that, and you didn't even really do a good job of that. And anyway, it doesn't matter because you didn't address points 2 through 49 or 2 through 50, the other 49, right? And at the end of the debate, you can just turn around and go like, well, you know, my opponent only really ever responded to one or two things. He didn't address all this other stuff. There's still all these other questions. There's still these other things he didn't disprove, and so I win. That's a Gish Gallop. The short version of saying that is just saying shotgunning. But it's essentially like this incredibly... First of all, if you spend more than like 2 nanoseconds in any kind of arena where you're debating people or even forming arguments or doing any kind of like logical argumentation, or disagreement, you immediately recognize this shit. Like, it's not hard to realize that somebody is applying like a video filter to make it harder for you to see. Like, I'm still fucking baffled by this. Like, what exactly did he think he was going to accomplish by adding double video filters? It's like, well, now it looks more like the moon, and so I'm more likely to believe that this is an actual moon slicing feat because it has a grainy filter. Like, what the fuck? It like, anybody who's ever interacted with any piece of video software will be able to immediately notice what this is. You don't even have to have ever edited video. Like, pretty much anybody who's watched a video can tell that this is edited. It's extremely obvious. In the same way that, like, anybody doing a Gish Gallop, you're not going to ever impress anybody in any debate context now, because this is an extreme, like, it's a meme. It's an insult to say that somebody is Gish Galloping. It's like you're accusing somebody essentially of like trying to tie somebody else's shoes together before a relay race, like your opponent's shoelaces together, right? It's like, it's a really bad look. It's extremely elementary and extremely like boring, but people still think they can get away with it. It contributes absolutely nothing to your position. All you're doing is trying to like, like, it's essentially the equivalent of throwing a smoke bomb and then running away. It's just like, and then saying that you won the fight because your opponent. Anyway, hopefully that makes some sense. I'm getting worked up. Magog says handshakes. Nah, we don't do that around here. We need that sweet debate dunking clip. Yeah, exactly. I think I brought that up in Six's chat at one point, and like, I was like, hey guys, we should have debates where we agree with each other and get along and be friends. And no, absolutely fucking not. We need the heat. We need the debate. We need the drama. That's what the response I got. So I might just be out of my element, Donnie. Darth Magog says, also, I don't think we say fuck you enough to intellectually dishonest. Yeah, like, I came close, like, when listening back to this video. But that's the thing, like, again, at the end of the day, we're all people, we're all people trying to express, like, say what you will about the actual arguments. You can't deny that Key put a lot of effort into accumulating things and putting them together. Like, I might disagree with literally every single statement. I don't actually, but like, even if I were to, you have to give him some credit for putting all this together. There's a lot of shit in here that I had never seen or heard of before. Like, I guess we can save it for next time, but that goofy face of Kaguya's, right? Like, I guess maybe let's just end with this, because this is kind of funny, and I don't know if it warrants like its whole other section talking about it, since I already have it pulled up, right? So let's end with this.
This is consistent with the fact that the power of 7-tailed beasts was used to create a parallel universe. Although from a different game, we do have the feat of Kaguya destroying an entire world using her expansive truth-seeking orb in Shinobi Collection. This feat can be interpreted in two different ways. We see her activate the ETSO in the main Naruto universe, and then the screen shatters and everything goes to red. You can interpret this as either Kaguya destroying the main Naruto universe, which would be Universal Plus, or her outright destroying the game itself, which contains the entire Naruto cosmology, including all the parallel universes, the subspace also, which is a higher dimension that exists beyond space-time and is said to ignore the concept of space and distance. Thus,
Okay, so this specific part here, let's look at how he depicts this. He says this is coming from this other game. This other game called Shinobi Collection. I don't know if we should really be. I mean, look at that fucking thing. But like, let's just assume that we can actually use this as a source. Genuine shout out, genuine points for bringing up this game that I hadn't heard of. I learned something new. I got to see a new incarnation of the series. I appreciate that. That is genuinely cool. Now, we're assuming that what she's doing here is using a truth-seeking orb. I don't know what this text says here. Yeah, I'm getting to that. Sorry, don't worry. I don't know what this text here actually says. I don't know how to translate it myself personally. So I don't actually know whether Kaguya is actually casting the truth-seeking orb the same way that she casts it in the main series. In the like ultimate ninjutsu compilations, when she uses her, I forget where it was, but we were looking at it before, right? When she uses her truth-seeking orb, it's actually called Final Truth-Seeker Orb, right? It's not. It's is it this one? Or is it? It's not referred to as like just a expansive truth seeker orb. So it is actually a different jutsu, right? So it might have some of the similar properties, but it has a different name. It's a different jutsu, and we don't get that context for whatever this jutsu is that Kaguya is using Shinobi Collection, right? Final Truth Seeker Orb. She never says that phrase, and she never describes her expensive Truth Seeker Orb as the final Truth Seeker Orb, as far as I'm aware. And when like, we don't really see the Truth Seeker Orb do this thing either, where it gets like this spiky explosive appearance. Maybe that's what it would have done, but we don't ever see that actually happening. So is it even really fair going into this to say for sure that she's using a TSO? But let's just say that she is, right? Okay, let's just say that what she's doing here is creating a TSO, right? She summons the like she goes into her like unstable rabbit goddess form. We do see that precede the arrival of the TSO in the manga, and then we see it disappear, and then we see this sphere and all like with a sort of halo around it, and this lightning storm show up. This doesn't quite look like what we see, right? But I don't know, maybe it would have gotten to that extent. And then we see this camera shatter thing, and then we see this giant explosion. Now, what's funny is that he cuts the video away here. Like, he cuts the video away right... shit. Why is this not working? Right here. Right as the ball goes off. And so it kind of looks like what's happening is this explosion happens, the screen shakes, and then the game... he says he's, like, destroying the game itself, right? Which means that, okay... this must be like a final boss fight or something, right? Like you're fighting Kaguya and you just lost the fight and she broke your game. That would be a really cool idea. That's a really cool concept. The idea that Kaguya is so strong that she's breaking your game, like she's fucking with you on a meta level. That's really cool. Let's see what actually happens. Okay. So here's footage from Blaze Hood. Okay. And she is, he or they are depicting the same game over here. I think it's incorrectly listed as Shinobi Striker. This is actually collections, like Naruto Shinobi Collection, right? You can see it's the same interface and everything. So let's back up a little bit and see what happens. So again, is this what we really want to be using as our source? I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying, is this what we're really considering canon? This is like, is this what we, okay, like, I'm just saying, okay? I'm just going to leave this here. You can come to your own conclusions about whether or not you think this is the sort of source that we should be using to build our arguments. You can come to your own conclusions as to whether or not you think this represents a representative, canon-worthy... I don't think he said that this is canon specifically, to be fair, but like, I'll let you come to your conclusions as to whether or not you think we should be looking at a situation like this and using it for scaling. Just drink it in. Let's just sit with this for a moment and enjoy. Okay? But more to the point, these characters are now in this like desert dimension place, whatever, right? They're all fighting in this big group. Kaguya does this. Okay, so here we go. She does her little eyeball in the middle of her forehead thing, right? She does her little summoning thing. Okay, now let's watch very carefully. Here she summons the Biju ball thing. There's the mountain range. There's a big explosion. And here comes a screen crack. Let's watch what happens. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, look, they fall back down on the ground. They take some damage. They're defeated. And then the planet is still there, and then all the characters are still there. Huh. So I thought what happened is that Kaguya destroyed the whole game and destroyed the entire Naruto cosmology, right? Because we saw the sequence of events. She did her attack, the screen broke, and then that's it. Then it got cut off, right? Because the whole cosmology was destroyed. Or she destroyed that planet or that universe, right? Except, no. All that does is that it knocks the characters down to the ground. They take damage. And then the fight continues. Or the scene continues or whatever. Right? And all these other characters, fucking Tsunade is here. She wasn't destroyed. These two Narutos weren't destroyed. Sasuke wasn't destroyed. The planet they were on wasn't destroyed. The sun wasn't destroyed, or whatever the light source is. Right? So, no. Even if you want to use this as your like final source of truth or whatever for this jutsu, for this ability, I think it's extremely dishonest and misleading to deliberately cut the footage off here and not show the whole scene. Because again, like here, it's being used on Kaguya. And here, Kaguya... So you could just argue that, like, okay, this is a gameplay contrivance because all the characters get knocked out here. So they just didn't program an end screen or whatever like that. But here, Kaguya uses the ability. She uses the same ability on a character that persists after the attack and the fight keeps going, and the environment in the arena is still active and alive behind them, and it doesn't shut anything down. It keeps going, right? I bet she even uses the same attack again. Let's see. Well, the other Kaguya now does this. Right? So setting aside the fact that there are two fucking Kaguyas fighting each other, right? And just deciding to ignore that. The Kaguya who destroyed the entire cosmology gets her ass, like her whole situation wrecked by the other Kaguya who doesn't. Yeah, so here we go. Like, Kaguya uses this cosmos destroying ball, and Naruto and Sasuke just tank it and they're fine. Like, okay. Do we really need to be doing this to each other? Like, again, like what do you get out of this? What do you gain from doing this? All you had to do was say, hey guys, isn't it kind of funny that we see this ability in this other thing? I thought you guys would find that interesting. Here's the whole scene so you can see what happens after. Like, is there any benefit whatsoever to just like cutting this off and leaving it like that and just completely misrepresenting the scene? I don't understand the motivation. Maybe it's a lack of curiosity. Maybe it's just like some kind of weird meta sarcasm troll, some sort of like brilliant satire that I'm not privy to. But here's the thing. I'm not even really mad at Key, because Key is just like one person in a larger sphere that has the practice of doing this sort of thing. The problem isn't him. The problem is not him as an individual or him as a content creator. The problem is whatever this meta is. The problem is whatever this method of engaging with each other that I guess somebody or some of us decided that this is the way that we wanted to engage with each other in the first place. That's the fucking problem. A lot of the stuff that Key like represents here, he's just showing other arguments that have existed in the community for a long time anyway. And then he's showing some new stuff, and I really fucking dislike the way that he's presenting some of the new stuff. But to be clear, it's not just him. This is not an anti-Key video. This is not a Key debunk. This is the problem with Naruto power scaling in general. And I don't think we're going to get any goofier than fucking chibi bobblehead Kaguya supposedly destroying the entirety of the Naruto cosmos in a fucking gacha game. So let's leave it at that for now. Hopefully, I know I was like a little bit more worked up tonight. Hopefully you guys found that entertaining. I hope you were able to learn something from our discussion of some of the more niche topics, like the like supersymmetry and supergravity. I genuinely, even though I'm like worked up, even though I sound pissed, like I genuinely had an amazing time working on this stuff and going over it and thinking through. I want to keep talking about it as long as you guys are enjoying it. If you think I went too far, like I'm not used to getting this worked up, so if you think that I like was unfair or you think that I was too harsh or anything, let me know. This, as always, is part of an ongoing conversation. It's not a fucking ultimatum or a declaration of a line in the sand or anything like that. I want to keep learning. I want to keep understanding the shit better, and I expect you to hold me accountable if you want to. Like, that was a weird way of saying it, but like, I expect that anybody listening to this, if you have a disagreement, I hope that you will feel comfortable, and that includes Key and Noodles, and I don't really want to talk to Noodles, but like Key and Noodles and Sage, like as long as we're all cordial, you know, treat each other with respect, then I'm happy to talk to people about this shit one way or another. That's why I'm here. That's what I want to do, is have conversations and try to resolve differences if we can. So let me know what you think. Be honest, you know. But thank you. I've been sitting here for 4 goddamn hours talking about Naruto. It's sort of a dream come true. It's sort of surreal that I can get away with this, you know, like actually you know, spend so much time invested in this nerdy ass topic and then come here on the weekends and then people actually listening to it and actually engaging with me in a conversation about it. It's fucking surreal, and I'm just really grateful for it. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for your presence, and I hope you have an amazing week. Claire Obscure, maybe final stream Thursday, depending on how things go. And then, you know, more of this next Sunday. So strap in. I think we covered all the major stuff. The last big thing I want to talk about, really, because like all the stuff about the Amino Minaka, the data books, like we went over that. We kind of covered this in depth. We talked about the style of argumentation and the presentation of data. We covered that, and that was like the real important stuff. We talked about the Izanagi and these feats earlier on. We talked about Road to Ninja and about motherfucking Boruto X Storm Ninja Connections. So I think the last thing to go over is stuff we went over like earlier in the year, but like Momoshiki creating his dimensions. Basically what I talked about earlier in this stream. There might be a couple of things to go over there, but other than that, I think we're basically almost ready to move on. Like a lot of this stuff is kind of repeating at this point. I just want to make sure that I really touched on that. Oh, here's that video effect again. Really touched on that specific aspect of communication within the community. But that being said, thank you so much.